Oh, good. Well done. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Stewart.
If the claimants could call Mr. Saxena, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
I can see Mr. Saxena. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Saxena.
Good morning, Your Honor.
When witnesses give evidence in this court, they do so under oath. It can be a religious oath or a secular oath. Which sort of oath would you like to take, religious or secular?
If I can do affirmation, please.
Yes. Now listen carefully to me and then answer my question.
Sure.
Do you solemnly and sincerely affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Stewart.
Mr. Saxena, if you could please give your full name and address to the court.
My full name is Shantanu Saxena, and I live in Dubai, in Villa 136, Arabella 1, Modon, Dubai.
Mr. Saxena, I'm going to take you to two documents in the bundle.
Sure.
First of all, if you could go to 27-52.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do recognize this document.
And if you could go to 2760.
Sure.
Are you there yet?
Yes. One second. Yes, I confirm that I signed this document.
That's your signature, yes.
Yes.
And are the contents of this witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Absolutely, yes.
Right, could you go to 6-34, please? Are you there?
Yes, yes. One second, please. It's opening. Yes. That's my second. Yeah, sorry. That's my first witness statement.
Could you go to 656?
Sure. One second, please. The page is loading. That's my signatures as well. Statement of truth.
So subject to the contents of the first document that I took you to, are the contents of this witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Ahmed will have some questions for you now.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Saxena, can I just start off with one housekeeping point? In both the witness statements that were taken to, the address that you have given is AZ Middle East LLC. And I believe you confirmed an alternative address, which was Villa something in Mudan.
So the difference is the Modon address is my home address, and AZ Middle East is my registered office address in Dubai. And that company belongs to me, AZ Middle East.
Now, it's right, isn't it, that your employment with HUOBI MENA ended in July 2020?
I mean, we were paid until then, but yes, it's sometime in July. So in 2020.
So your employment was terminated, wasn't it, in July 2020?
The JV was closing down, so we were asked to leave. So I wasn't terminated as such. It was not just me, it was the whole team, basically.
Right, so the JV between HUOBI MENA and HUOBI Global was ended or was terminated, ended, to use a neutral word.
I
And-
don't know the exact details, to be honest, but this is what was informed to us. It was Mohit and Sultan who were dealing with HUOBI Global.
And since you left July 2020, or rather, let me just ask you to turn up 8623, please.
Give me a minute, please. The document is loading.
You have the document now, Mr. Sazan?
I have the document. Sorry, it's opening. So I think it takes time to refresh.
Well, whilst we wait for that to open, do you have your witness statement in front of you?
I can quickly grab it, but I don't have all the numbers with me. But I think it's just opening now.
Okay, but do you have a copy of your clean copy of your witness statement there? Because I will be referring to it quite a lot.
Yes, I do, but it will just take me some time to find the exact page number. That's why I was relying on the DIFC systems.
Yes. Do you have a hard copy of your witness statement? Maybe if you
I
had,
do.
Do you want?
Yes.
Do you have it available to you?
Yes, just 1 second, please.
And Mr. Saxena, is that a clean copy?
Yeah, it's a clean copy. I mean, I've made some personal notes, if that's okay.
I would prefer, Mr. Saxena, if you had a clean copy available. Do you have a clean copy anywhere where you are at the moment?
Yes, I have it here, but if you can give me a minute, I can find it out.
Yes,
but I
take
can
your,
see-
yes. Take your time, get hold of your clean copy.
Okay,
And
sure.
put the copy that where you've marked things to one side, if you would.
Okay, sure.
Hmm?
Yes. I've got hold on to
Thank
my
you,
witness
Mr.
statement.
Saxena. I've noticed.
So sorry.
That's okay. I've noticed that there's a number of bundles there. Are those what do those bundles contain? Documents or the hearing?
It's all documents. Yes, it's all documents, so that just in case if there's a problem with the systems, I can refer to these files and make my way through using these documents.
Right.
They are not marked or anything.
Fine. So you've got available to you a hard copy of the hearing bundle, have you?
Yes.
Good. So paragraph 11 of your witness statement, and sorry, before we start, can you put aside the marked copy of your witness statement, please? Just put it on the side of the table upside down, if that's okay. Perfect.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So you have your witness statement in front of you. We're looking at 636. The page numbers are on the top right-hand corner. And I'm looking at paragraph 11. If you could turn up paragraph 11, please.
8636.
Sorry, 636. That's the number on the top right-hand corner of the witness statement.
Correct. but it shows something else to me. Yeah.
Is that your witness statement that you have? 6-36.
Yes. 8-636.
No.
No. Go on, Miss Ahmed.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Saxena. I know it's quite difficult, but just hear me. What I'm asking you to look at is your witness statement, and it's page 6-36.
Sure.
Are you there now?
I'm there. No, it's the wrong file actually. I'm sorry about this, but I'm just trying to navigate through, but the system is working fine. I can look at
Yes,
the
but
system
you
and
need
tell
to
you.
have your hard copy witness statement open
Sure.
and available, and you
Okay.
can look at the screen for the other document council will take you to.
Sure. Okay. If I can get 5 minutes, Your Honor, I can just put my witness statements together, or my system is working fine, please.
Well, we're just going to keep it simple. We want
Sure.
you to have on your desk
Sure.
hard copy of your witness statement.
Okay.
Right, carry on, Miss Ahmed.
So you have a copy of your witness statement on your desk, do you? Because I will be referring to it.
Sure, I will find out. But for now, I can look at the screen, and of course, I can answer all your questions.
So you haven't got it on your desk?
I have it on my desk also, but I'm just trying to find out the exact numbers. That's the only thing.
Can I just check the bundle that you're looking at? What's the first page of it, so we can navigate? We can help you navigate. If you look at the top right,
Sure.
tell me the page number.
Well, I can see it's different statements are here. Like the number 836, I can find it in various statements. I'm just trying to.
Mr. Saxena, I want you to find section 6 of the bundle. Section 6 contains all the witness statements. So the number on the top right-hand corner should start with 6-.
There are different files which is starting with 6-. That's
Perfect.
the problem.
Right. Pick up a file that starts with 6-, and then we're looking for your witness statement, which starts at 6-34. And all the documents in that section are in chronological order. So consecutive numbers will follow after the number 6.
Sure, I can now. I think I can navigate to. Sorry, it's in trial bundle 4.
The trial bundle 4.
6, trial bundle 6, section 6.
Yes, but the way the hard copies have been produced,
Okay.
there's it's trial bundle 4, file 2, section 6.
You see, I don't have that, Your Lordship.
Yes.
My apologies.
I think that's what is causing confusion. Sorry. Okay.
I think it might be an idea if we could just have 5 minutes, as Mr. Saxena asked before, because I'm not quite sure what's going on at Mr. Saxena's end, and I think it may make things a little bit quicker. We tested the electronic version, and it all seemed to be working fine, but
Yes.
clearly there
Well,
needs to be a bit of delay.
I'm sure the electronic version is working, but we would eventually go more quickly if he had available his witness statement in front of him, and then he can be taken to various documents in the e-bundle.
Yeah.
But Mr. Can you help me? Was he provided with the whole run of the hard copy bundle, which I've been provided with, for instance?
I don't think so. Only part of them. If I could have 5 minutes.
All right, I think that Miss Armand, I think we'll take Miss Stewart's offer up. Okay, I think in the end it might be quicker.
Yes, and just for reference, I've already sent this, but I think it would be helpful to have his hard copy witness statement because I will be referring to
Yes.
it. Yes.
I quite understand. All right, we'll take 5.
Thank you.
Hi, Shantanu.
Hi,
Tell me,
Jessina.
what do you have there?
Jessina, there are several documents I have. I can see it says on one of the trial bundles that
So let's just go through. First of all, what do you have? How many files do you have there?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 files and 1 daily transcript.
Okay, right. Can you take me to the first file sequentially and tell me what you've got there?
I've got I've got trial bundle 2, file 2, file 3, and file 4.
That's got a sticker on the inside. What does that say?
Section 6 and 7, section 8, and section 8.
So you've got section 6, which is the witness statements.
I can see here.
Jessina, it's Max. Sorry, it's Max in Dubai. Can you hear us?
Yep. Hi, Max.
So James knows exactly where it is in the files that have been provided to Shantanu. So James is going to tell you, Shantanu, what the files are and where the documents are that we're looking for.
Okay,
Can you let me know if you can't hear James?
Hi, Shantanu. So you need to look for the file. It will have a sticker saying file 2.
File 2, yes.
And then you should look, there should be a divider that's labeled section 6.
Yes.
And then tab 2 behind that should be your first witness statement.
But after evidence in chief witness statement, it's empty here. That's a problem. And then the next section have straight away. I have a section
behind
7.
those grey tabs.
Okay. Yes,
if you look behind the grey tabs.
Yes.
The first one should be Sultan's witness statement, and then the next behind the next grey tab should be your one.
I have Christian. Okay, yes, I have my first witness statement.
Okay,
and then how about my second?
So keep that open, please.
Okay, sure.
And then for your second witness statement, if you go, you should have file 15. No, keep that one open. Put that on the side.
Okay. Yes.
One of the other files should be file 15. Not that one. It should be a more empty one.
File 15, yes.
Okay, and then section 27, and then it will be
behind the 8th tab.
Behind the 8th tab.
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you.
And that's your second witness statement.
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. So what the judge is saying is that he wants you to have both of those statements in front of you in hard copy with nothing written on them, so that
Okay.
you look at those, and then the other documents are going to appear on the screen because he
Yes.
doesn't want to be shifting backwards and forwards. So what I would do is
Sure.
keep those two files open where you
Yes.
have them. Take everything else off your desk so that you don't get confused.
Sure.
And then I would have
Absolutely.
and then I would have the one on your left, which is your first one, and then one on the right, which is your second one, so that you've got them in order.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
then he will push saying your first statement or your second statement. So you should have both of them in front of you now, and that should work.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Well, that
Michael,
sounds
I think
as
we've
if
resolved the problem.
good, very good. Okay, carry on, Miss Upton.
Thank you. So now we're looking at your first witness statement. And if we turn to paragraph 11 of that witness statement.
Right.
You have that there?
Yes, I have it there.
And so that talks about you leaving HUOBI MENA's employment in 2020. And you say now that you hold a portfolio of roles in a number of companies working in the field of open banking and cryptocurrencies.
Right.
Yeah. And you say that you are an advisor of your own company, Encryptus, which is based in London and also has an office in Dubai with a license from the DMCC. What you also say in the last sentence, Encryptus specializes as a strategic advisor to startups, enterprises and entrepreneurs who own, use and trade in digital assets like cryptocurrency. Yes?
That's correct.
Part of your advisory role there in those enterprises, do you advise them on how to keep their digital assets safe and secure?
So that's one area where we don't advise. We don't advise clients on the tech part of the business. What we help them is with building businesses, building communities in organic manner, and of course, marketing their products. Because that tech is not my specialization or my team's specialization.
And when you were at HUOBI MENA, can you tell us whether or not HUOBI MENA from time to time would use cold storage wallets?
We would not use, we would just use exchange wallets, which was provided on HUOBI Global website and HUOBI MENA websites. So we would not use ourselves cold wallets.
Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 15 of your witness statement, please?
Yes, please.
You say there that as well as strategy, management and marketing, I was responsible for setting up and supervising the core compliance team with the assistance of HUOBI MENA's Assistant General Manager, Vishal Chitre. Yes?
Right.
So you, Mr. Saxena, were responsible for compliance within HUOBI MENA, weren't you?
I mean, I was responsible for setting up the function to get a compliance officer to review with the policies, basically assist on the policies, etc. But I was overseeing the overall operations.
And the reason why you were overseeing the operations and assisting on policies because you yourself understand compliance issues, don't you? Because if you didn't, you wouldn't have been tasked with supervising that function and overseeing it.
I mean, I'm not ACAMS certified, which is one of the qualifications in compliance, but with the previous experience in the remittance space and in the crypto space, I understand basic compliance.
Well, when you say basic compliance, it's right, isn't it, that you understand the sort of documents required in order to onboard clients?
Now, this is something that the compliance officer always comes up with, and it's called as a compliance policy and your KYC and AML manuals. So in this, we expect our compliance officer to review what is the different guidelines, what are the different guidelines, and what's new coming up from the regulators aspect. And they are the ones who frame it and then put that in a policy. That's how it works in compliance.
Yes, and you're familiar with those KYC manuals and policies that HUOBI MENA had?
Yes, to a fair extent, yes. I mean, I did review those documents, but I didn't prepare those documents.
Fine. Can I ask you to turn to H321, please? Sorry, not H, 8321.
Sorry. Now again, is it like a different document I have to refer?
Well, you're going to use the electronic bundle now,
Yeah, okay.
to use the Finder facility, and you click on Find, and then you click on Find Page, and then you put in the box the numbers, and here it is 8321.
Section 8.
Just 8321, and then click on Find Page again, and then the page should come up.
I understand that the Dubai team at CRS are actually finding pages for him, so they appear on the screen.
Fine, that's good. That'll probably speed things up.
Yes.
So do you have that page now on your screen?
It's opening up, please.
The numbers are in the top right-hand corner of the document.
Yes. It's opening up. It's loading. Yes, I'm on 321.
Yes, so 8321. This is an email that's sent from Vishal Chitre. You're copied into it, dated the 23rd of December. You see that there?
Right.
And this is MENA's request for all the KYC onboarding documents, wasn't it?
Correct.
And if you look at it, the list provides for memorandum, articles of association, certificate of incorporation, register of shareholders, register of director, ID documentation, documentation shareholders, beneficial owners withholding 25% or more, corporate structure. You see that there?
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that this KYC list that was sent from HUOBI MENA to TABARAK was required because it was HUOBI MENA's policy, wasn't it, to always conduct internal checks on parties that they were engaging to provide services? That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. But let me just qualify my yes in a way by saying that so when we request documents from a client, there's always some sort of documents that the client may fail to provide. But then we internally decide how important that document is for us, or if there is a way for us to look at their website and find some other information which can help us justify what the client is claiming. But these are our standard documentation. These were our standard documentation.
Thank you. And can I ask the team at CRS, please, to turn up 861? So somebody doing that because there's a shared function. Are they sharing the screen?
That's why it takes time. You know, share function.
Shared screen.
Sorry, I can't see anything moving here.
Do you
want to check with the Dubai team.
I noticed when you were in your discussion with Ms. Stewart that you also said that you had section 8 there in terms of the documents, hard copy documents. Do you have that there? That might make it quicker.
I think there should be a file with a sticker 8 on it on the inside.
I've got 2 files with the sticker 8 on it inside.
Okay.
Is there a file that starts with 8-1, which is the start of section 8? What's the first page in that folder that you have there, Mr. Saxena?
It's after the index. The first thing I can see is about TABARAK.
Yes. What's the page number on the right-hand side? Top right.
8-1.
Yes.
8-1.
Yes. So I think hopefully it should be in that folder. If you can turn to 8-61, please.
Yes, that's it's an email from Sultan. Is that correct?
Yes, but just before we move on though, can I just check what's the last page in that bundle? So if I need to navigate you, I know.
8421.
8-1. That folder goes 8-1 to 8421, and that's your
8-421.
8-421, and that's your folder 1. Okay, thank you for that. So 8-61, you have that open there.
Right.
And Ms. Zaviolova writes this email to Mr. Sultan asking for various documents. You see that there? Trade license, MOA, passport copy, and lease agreement. Yes?
Yes.
And then Mr. Sultan sends that on.
Right.
Vishal, and you're copied into that email.
Right.
Yes? And in response to this email, the documents that are provided are as follows. If I can ask you to turn to 8-63, please.
Yes.
So on the 16th of December at 16:42, Vishal sends those documents. You are copied in.
Yes.
Please find attached all the documents for HUOBI, OTC, DMCC. We'll send the lease agreement in a short while. So these are the documents that are sent. So now I'm going through the next sort of set of documents. 8-65.
Ms. Ahmed, I'm sorry to interrupt your examination in chief. We are having some further technical difficulties. If everybody could stay on the line for a minute, my lord, if you could just give me one moment.
We'll everyone will keep quiet for a minute.
Thank you so much, my lord. I've been told that I need to start a new file, my lord, on my laptop.
Yes.
That will take 2 more minutes, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My lord, could we just do a very quick audio check with yourself? If you could tell me about the view from the window behind you or the weather today where you are.
Well, it's extremely cold today, and the room in my chambers where I am sitting did not have the benefit of any of the central heating, which is very expensively supposed to be provided for. But we have an electric radiator, and slowly we are beginning to regain a sense of feeling in our fingers and in our toes. Will that do?
Yes, that's nice and clear, and my colleague can hear you, and I'm sorry to hear about your difficulties this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Right,
you.
can we go now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, carry on, Miss Upper.
So, Mr. Saxena,
Yeah.
I took you to page 863-63, and then I asked you to turn up -8-65.
That's correct.
And in response to Ms. Zavielova's email, this document was sent, wasn't it? Which are the Articles of Association or part thereof. That's right, isn't it?
Right.
And Articles of Association of HUOBI MENA.
No, that's the DMCC company, I suppose.
Yes.
Yes, HUOBI OTC DMCC MOA was sent out.
And 8-71, which is the next document in your bundle, ought to be.
Right.
This is the MOA for HUOBI OTC DMCC.
Yes.
The next document in the bundle is 8-74.
Yes. That's Article of Association.
Yes, Articles of Association, or the first part.
Right.
8-82. It's okay. 8-82. Passport copy for Mr. Al Ali.
That's correct.
And 8-83.
Yes, that's correct.
Is the DMCC trade license.
Yes.
And 8-85.
Correct. It's the email from Vishal.
Yes. And what we don't have in all these documents, or rather, I beg your pardon, have I taken you to 8-88? You see, that's the lease agreement.
That's right.
30. And what we don't have in any of these documents that were sent, evidence of whether or not the shareholders own any other entity, do we?
Well, I think, again, the most important aspect here is they never came back to us. If any document was missing, they should have informed us. I'm not too sure about this document, whether it was sent later or not, but TABARAK should have come back to us saying that this is not in agreement. Like, we reached out to them all the time when they did not send the full documents. As far as I understand, they onboarded HUOBI OTC DMCC as a client of TABARAK. And they also gave us a client reference number.
Mr. Saxena, I'll come back to your evidence about whether or not they came back to us, but let's just deal with the question that I asked.
Sure.
You accept, don't you, that in the documents that were provided on or about the 16th of December 2019, no documents were provided showing whether or not the shareholders owned any other entity, were they?
But I don't see this request.
Well, can you just answer that question, please, Mrs. Saxena? You're asked to accept that
No, this was not provided. Yes,
yeah.
Your Honor, this was not provided.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. And you also accept, don't you, that in these suite of documents, there is nothing to show proof of funds?
Proof of funds?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you also accept, don't you, that when you provided these documents, no documents were provided consisting of account statements for HUOBI, OTC, DMCC.
Because as far as I correctly remember, they wanted these statements from a Dubai bank, and HUOBI, OTC, DMCC never had a Dubai bank account because we operated in the crypto space ourselves. But it was not made mandatory to us, just to clarify from Tabarak's side.
So are you saying, therefore, that they did come back to you and they did ask for accounts, but Dubai...
No, they didn't. They never came back to us. All I'm trying to say is they asked us in their list of documents, I think it was there in the agreement, that they would like to see the source of funds, or the funds in our bank accounts or equivalent amount, but they never made it mandatory for us.
And you didn't, in this suite of documents, provide the audited financial report of the company, did you?
It wasn't asked for us, so we didn't provide.
And no source of funds evidence was provided, was there?
No, again, as it's not mentioned in the document, so we didn't provide.
Can I ask you to turn to, and I'm coming back to your evidence that they never came back to us. Can I ask you to turn to 8-490, please?
My evidence?
No. So this is, sorry, section 8.
Okay.
Let me go back. So this
Four
will...
nine. Okay,
I think that would be the second of your budgets. Yeah.
Yes.
That will be the volume 2, I assume, because volume 1 ends at 8421. So let me just make a note. So second volume starts at 8422.
Got it.
Yeah. Can we just confirm your second volume, please? That starts at 8422, does it? The first page?
Yes, I can see 490, an email from Anastasia.
Yes. What's the last page number in that folder?
712.
712. So you've said, and you've given evidence to this court, that they never came back to us. But that's wrong, isn't it? Because on the 29th of January, they in fact did come back to you and provide you with a full list of documents that were required, didn't they?
Well, that's correct, but it was not for HUOBI MENA. Okay, so there were two business lines we were discussing with Tabarak. One was this specific transaction, and the other part was how Tabarak can help us onboard our customers with them. So this was a list for the documents that they wanted from our clients if they would wanted to access the banking services of Tabarak. So these are two completely list of documents that we are referring to.
Well, I'm going to suggest that you're wrong there, but I will deal with that. Let's just go back to this email. This email is sent on the 29th of January.
That's correct.
Tabarak account opening required documents. As per the request of Shantanu, kindly find below required documents in order to open an account at Tabarak. The first question is, Mr. Saxena, that when this email was sent, there was no account opened at Tabarak for HUOBI, was there?
It was already open because on 21st and 22nd of January, we did 2 test transactions for Tabarak and the money went to their bank accounts.
Mr. Saxena, if it had been already opened, there would be no reason for Tabarak and Ms. Zavialova to ask for these documents, would there?
You're right, Ms. Ahmed, but this is what also I'm trying to explain you, that the reason why this list of documents were sent was completely because of different reason, and you can clearly see that they have sent the list of the documents they need to onboard a corporate client and an individual client, and under no circumstances could HUOBI be their individual client. So this is the context of the reason why this email came from Anastasia.
Mr. Saxena, just help me with this. It's right, isn't it, that the requests made at point 5 to 7, those documents were never provided to Tabarak, were they?
Sorry, the documents requested from 5 to 7?
Yes.
In corporate? Because they never asked. In this sense, all I'm trying to tell you is, if you go back to the email that came from Anastasia in December, the list of documents she wanted from us to be onboarded, I mean us in the sense HUOBI MENA to be onboarded with Tabarak, was completely different to the list of documents that they have requested here. And by this time, they had already given us an account number with Tabarak.
So, Mr. Saxena, I think you agree with me, don't you, that these documents were never provided, were they?
For our clients, never, because we never onboarded any of our clients with them.
They were never provided on behalf
Well,
of.
he's accepted that they weren't provided.
Thank you.
His point is, and you may deal with this later, is that this is in respect of HUOBI MENA's clients to be onboarded to Tabarak and not HUOBI MENA itself. And there we are. Thank you, Ms. Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. The evidence that you have given is that there were different reasons as to why this email was sent. And I'm going to suggest to you that that's not correct. The reason why this email was sent, wasn't it? Because on the 28th of January, you were aware that Mr. Ahmadi had said that no services are going to be provided unless onboarding requirements had been complied with. And that's why this email was sent, wasn't it?
Not really. I can't agree to the statement. Sorry.
Can I ask you to turn to 26248? Actually, you may not have it. Let me give you a different reference because it's somewhere else as well.
Sure.
9416. Those are WhatsApp messages.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I have 9416 here.
You won't. I'm sorry, Mr. Saxena. I don't think you'll have those. I don't know if you've been given Section 9. Ms. Stewart, can you confirm whether Saxena has hard copies of Section 9?
I'm just checking. Yes, he does.
Right. So, Mr. Saxena.
Yes.
Just like you have Section 6, which is the witness statements, you have Section 8, which are the chronological run of documents. There should be a Section 9 somewhere there, which consists of WhatsApp messages.
Mr. Saxena, it's also in front of you on the screen.
Not yet. Sorry, I just need to follow. Sorry, I just need to go back and follow Reem. Yes, I think let me just follow.
Okay, maybe if we go back to try to find the file, it may well have a sticker 9 on the inside of it. So it's a file of WhatsApp messages. I don't think it'll be in there because that's the evidence.
No, I'm just trying to think. There's no separate file on WhatsApp messages that I can see. But I can see the messages now. Sorry.
Okay.
So, well, do you have page 9416 on your screen? Top right hand corner. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Saxena, 9416, there's a WhatsApp message there sent from Mr. Turner at 2:57 a.m. on the 28th of February. Do you see that there? Sorry, 28th of January, my apologies.
Sorry, the time I have is different here. What's the content of the message?
Dear all, I have to apologise in the name of Tabarak. Dr. Ahmadi is complaining regarding account opening fees, and I am back from Russia. I think that Tabarak is not the partner you are looking for. You see that?
That's correct. That's right.
So you were on notice, were you not, that Dr. Ahmadi had refused to provide services because he was complaining about the account opening fee not being paid?
That's absolutely correct. It's as of this day when I got this message from Mr. Turner. Within some time, I also got a call while he was in Russia, and he said we won't be able to provide the services. I mean, the call was very pleasant, and he spoke very nicely. He was in the aircraft at that time, And we decided, like, let's catch up the following day. And he said we will be able to sort this out on the call. He didn't tell me the exact reasons, but he said, I will explain you when I meet. And the following day when I met him, it was agreed between us that we will go ahead and pay the account opening fee. And then it was, and he said, I will deal with Sultan on this.
And it wasn't just the account opening fee, was it? Dr. Ahmadi was prohibiting Mr. Turner from providing any services because there had been no compliance with any of the due diligence requirements and non-payment of the opening fee.
I'm not aware about this. That's your internal matter, probably. So no idea on this. But it never came across from Mr. Turner to us that there is any concerns from Mr. Ahmadi or from Tabarak related to our compliances.
And you were also, so you met Mr. Turner on the 29th of January, didn't you?
Yes.
And he gave you an invoice for the account opening fee, didn't he?
That's correct.
And therefore, he was telling you, or rather he had told you, that Dr. Ahmadi requires compliance with the account opening agreement, didn't he?
He never mentioned about compliance. All what given to me was the invoice. The only thing, according to me, that was pending as on 29th of January was the fee.
And it's in that context, isn't it, that that list of compliance documents was sent?
No, that's not true. As I said before, it was sent for a completely different purpose. As I said again, I will repeat that it was for individual clients and corporate clients, and you can see it clearly from Anastasia's email for two separate sets of customers that HUOBI wanted to serve, but we were unable to serve because we did not have local banking. So it was completely a different purpose.
And there is no contemporaneous evidence supporting what you are just saying, that the context was to open accounts for clients.
Well, we did discuss about Philip. We did discuss about Casha. I currently can't remember in which statement I had, but there were several clients that we were discussing. In my witness statement, it clearly states that we were also very keen to do business with Tabarak because we had a list of clients who wanted to use our OTC desk.
And it's right, isn't it, Mr. Saxena, that neither you nor Mr. Ali reached out to Mr. Ahmadi to confirm whether or not services could be provided without payment of the opening fee or without compliance with the account opening procedures?
Well, I don't think we would reach out to the CEO for every small little thing. We had a dedicated staff from Tabarak, a responsible staff from Tabarak at a senior level who was dealing with us. So we did not see a reason why we should be reaching out to Dr. Ahmadi.
Can I ask you to go to paragraph 19 of your witness statement, please?
Statement 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see that there? It's your hard.
Yes.
You can open your hard copy. In or around December 2019, an agent introduced HUOBI to Mr. Evgeny Morozov, the buyer.
Right.
That agent is Rudolph, isn't it?
That agent is Rudolph, right?
And Mr. Morozov is the buyer, isn't he?
Right.
So if you accept Mr. Morozov is the buyer,
right,
why do you then go on in your second witness statement to paragraph 38 to say the buyer referred to in this drawing is Alexei?
Well, it's just that I was not able. I was drawing that diagram in a rush, and it's just that the name that I recollected at that time, I could get the buyer's Afghani's name correct. I don't think even if the spelling is right, but I got both were buyers in our opinion. I've also referred to him as a buyer in my second statement as well, other than the drawing.
Well, that's precisely right. What I'm saying is that you refer to the buyer in your second statement as being Alexei, but that's not a reference that you've ever made throughout the currency of these proceedings, have you?
Yeah, but it was the drawing. I did not realize that it will be a part of evidence. I thought it was our internal discussions, but in our context, or the way I understood at least, it was both the buyers who attended the meeting on the 3rd.
But when you say it wasn't part of your evidence, you read your second witness statement, didn't you?
I did read my second statement. That's right.
You've signed it to confirm that the contents are true, and therefore you would have seen
Yes.
that the drawing is an attachment, an exhibit to your witness statement.
Correct, but I did not see that as a point of questioning, because I have always referred to Afghani as a buyer and Alexei as a buyer, always in all my statements, as you just said.
So are you now saying that Alexei was also a buyer?
He was accompanied by the buyer.
Right, so let me ask you again, not whether or not he accompanied the buyer, is it your evidence that Alexei was the buyer?
Well, in our opinion, both the parties who were dealing, who were setting up the wallet, who were there in that room, in our opinion, they were the buyers.
Going back to paragraph 19 of your witness statement, I did not play a part in the initial introduction of the buyer to HUOBI, which was done by Mr. Al-Ali. I became aware of the existence of the buyer at some point in December when Mr. Al-Ali told me about him and of the nature of the transaction that was proposed.
Right.
In terms of the date on which Mr. Al-Ali spoke to you about the buyer, that's the 3rd of December. Do you remember that discussion?
If you can take me there, but probably you must have picked up from one of the WhatsApp messages if I can see, cross-check the date.
Yes, well, I can tell you on the WhatsApp message, it's the 3rd of December. If Mr. Al-Ali had that discussion with you on the 3rd of December, is it fair to say that Mr. Al-Ali was in discussion with the buyer about this intended transaction prior to the 3rd of December?
Well, we got a request from the buyer, as far as I understand, and of course, Sultan can give you a better answer to this, because as I clearly said, I was not involved in the part of discussions in the initial stage. It was solely Sultan who was managing the relationship with Afghani.
Can I ask you to turn up section 9286, please? Those are the WhatsApp messages, and you're obviously familiar with them because you refer to them.
Yeah.
9-286.
Thank you.
Right.
So Mr. Al-Ali tells you about the buyer there at 8:44.
Sorry, could we just check if Ms. Saxena has that in front of him?
Yes,
that was.
I
Assume
can
he's
see.
looking at his, yes, okay. 8:44, Mr. Al-Ali tells you about the buyer. Move down, you say, yes, thank you, everything's fine, etc. And then at 2:51, you say, I was with Mohit today. We were discussing the OTC business. The above solution that you have mentioned is for Philip, right? Just wanted to confirm that this is not a separate OTC trade. And Mr. Al-Ali says not only for Philip. Was it your understanding at that time that the trade was going to involve using Philip's Bitcoins for sale, for the sale?
That's right. I mean, there were different business models that we were considering that at that point in time. And so it's possible because, as I said, it's not the only client who was in the pipeline. There were several other clients that we were discussing. But yes, at one point in time, we did think about matching the trades between different buyers and different sellers. And the buyer was one of our many clients that we were dealing with at that time. And mind you, in the OTC business, we had several processes, several ways of fulfilling an order from a client, whether it's on the buy or the sell side.
Can I ask you to turn up 9-77, please?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Aman.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my page.
Sure.
My apologies, I've just lost the, can't seem to find the page.
No problem.
Now, in terms of, you said you were trying to match the trades for different buyers and sellers. You've also accepted an evidence.
We seem to have lost Mr. Saxena. He was adjusting his screen, I think, and then we lost him.
Sorry. I think my screen just went onto the sleep mode. I'm sorry.
Yes?
Yeah.
You've given evidence that you were matching the trades for different buyers and different sellers. You've also accepted that Philip was a person that you were, or rather when I say you, HUOBI wanted to use to sell his Bitcoins. It's right, isn't it, that in relation to using Philip's Bitcoins, there was a problem, wasn't there? Because he was embroiled in criminal proceedings, wasn't he?
Well, there was no notice issued. I mean, the way it works in KYC is if you deal with a client, and if there is, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So when we did the checks on Philip, the checks were clean and clear. And the rule of the compliance is if you have dealt with a client and you have all the required documentation of that client as on that day, we haven't done anything wrong, number one. And number two is there was no Interpol notice, nothing issued on Philip. And every company, as you initially said, has their own compliance policy. They can accept or reject a client if they think that they are not worthy.
Right, let's go back to the question, Mr. Saxena. I'm not asking you about whether you did anything wrong. I'm not asking you about KYC issues. I'm asking you about your knowledge, and that is that you were aware, were you not, that Philip was somebody who was embroiled in criminal proceedings? Yes or no?
I'm not. Well, yes to a certain extent, but not. I don't know the nature of what he was involved in, but there was something going on. Let me put it this way.
But you understand that the nature was a criminal action against him for which he could have got convicted and for which he would have been found guilty.
Yes, possibly, yes. But this is a conversation on Mohit and Sultan, but yes.
And therefore you also knew, didn't you, that Philip was a character with whom HUOBI did not want to use their US account for?
No, it's just that the company Mar wanted a transfer from Dubai. So it's not HUOBI who decided, it's a local partner who wanted a transfer from UAE, as far as I know.
No, well, we're talking about the sale of Philip and his Bitcoins.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to tell as well, because
when he would have
Philip,
sold, when he would have sold his Bitcoins, his money would have to go into account somewhere, wouldn't it?
it would go to an account, but it won't go to our account. It would go to the property developer's account. But there is also something called as coin monitoring. And this is something that we do on all our customers, just to make sure that we are dealing with clean coins.
Right. Well, we're not talking about clean coins. We're talking about the money from his.
Yeah.
977.
Yes.
At 6:42, Mohit says, on Philip, we will not use the US account. Let's use TABARAK only, but the risk is there. So the question.
Now I'm not sure. Yeah. Sorry, what's the question?
Yes, the question is that you are aware that Philip is involved in criminal proceedings. You're aware that Philip might get convicted and might be found guilty. And you also know, don't you, that from the sale of any of his Bitcoin, you don't want his money through HUOBI MENA's account, and that's the reason why you want to use TABARAK's account.
Well, to be honest, it's a conversation between Mohit and Sultan. I can't comment on the conversation. I can tell you about what I know and what's my understanding is. But we never onboarded Philip with anybody. That's also the reality.
Can we go back to the WhatsApp message at 9286, please? That's the 3rd of February message.
Yes.
You are told at the top there by Mr. Al-Ali that they want the coins first and they will transfer the funds. And sorry, before I go on, let me just ask a clarification. You said earlier when Ms. Stewart was taking you through the documents that you had the transcripts. Is it right then that you've read the transcripts and you've understood Mr. Al-Ali's evidence?
Yes.
So Mr. Al-Ali tells you that they want the coins first and then they will transfer the fund. You go down and say at 9:51, as you said, coins first can be a problem. You see that there?
Sorry, I'm just, you're on 9286, right? I think our WhatsApp messages timings are different.
Right, okay. Well, in my copy, it says 9-951 and nothing turns.
Yes, I can see 951.
As a reference to guide you through the document.
Yes, I sent a message.
Excuse me, I wonder if I could request that you stop speaking over each other. It's causing me great difficulties keeping a verbatim accurate note.
My apologies.
Thank you.
So we're looking at what is said by reference to, I think, 951.
That's right. And you say, Mr. Saxena, as you said, coins first can be a problem. You see that there?
That's right.
And so you recognise, don't you, that sending coins before having any sort of guarantee of payment is risky?
That's right.
And you don't need to be an expert in order to understand that, do you?
You're right.
And it was a condition, wasn't it, that Mr. Al-Ali had always insisted upon, hadn't he?
Again, as I said, it varies from one client to another. Every client has a different requirement, and this is why we thought TABARAK is a great business partner, because they did custody for us.
Right. Now, when you say custody for us, what do you mean?
Well, as far as I understand correctly, TABARAK, are we referring to 3rd of February, or in general you're asking what's my understanding about custody?
I'm asking you generally your understanding of when you say TABARAK was going to do custody for us, what was your understanding?
Well, in my understanding, when what I understand by the word custody is somebody is taking your assets or your funds, etc., or anything that's of a value and that is kept with them in a safe environment, so that the other party cannot access those funds or financial instruments, etc. And they are a layer of trust between the buyer and the seller. That's what the definition of custody is, in my opinion. And of course, they take responsibility of keeping and making sure that whatever we give them as custody is safe and kept in a secure environment.
And would you accept then that if you are expecting, or rather, if you are expecting TABARAK to provide these services, that TABARAK would need to understand that these are the services they're providing?
I mean, they were licensed by DIFC, and we would expect a responsible company to follow what they have been given license for.
Right. So you say it was an expectation, but coming back to my question, and I said, did they understand? Well, moving on from understanding, they would have to agree to provide these services, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
And they would have to understand the obligations on them in terms of providing these services.
That's right.
You also said that you thought that they would provide these services because they're licensed to provide them. Is it correct?
Yes.
Is it correct then that around about when HUOBI was engaging with TABARAK, and the first meeting was on the 16th of December, that you had sight of TABARAK's license?
Sultan signed the license, I think, but I didn't meet them, I think, on 16th, but on around 20th, I met them for the first time.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry, my back was turned. Can I ask you to turn up, please?
Yes. 2.
Just find a reference. My apologies. -450.
Yeah.
Do you have 8450 there?
Yes.
And this is the license for TABARAK.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to 8451,
Right.
it says advising on financial products,
Right.
arranging credit and advising on credit, arranging custody,
Right.
managing assets,
Yes.
and then operating an Islamic window holding or controlling client assets. You see that there?
Sorry, I don't know, Ms. Ahmed, if you said anything before, but I couldn't hear you. The last thing I heard was operating an Islamic window.
No,
Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And then I said holding or controlling client assets.
That's right.
So you see there, don't you, that as a DIFC licensed entity by the DFSA, there are no services relating to providing custody.
Well, our understanding from the day one was they would act as a custodian. It does say arranging custody, but whenever we spoke to Christian, he came across very comfortable with as somebody in dealing in cryptos and in custody solutions using the wallets. Sorry, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Can I ask you to turn up 894, please?
Sorry, 894. Yes. Yes.
This is the email sending the account opening agreement. Yes, you see that there?
That's right.
Now, before I take you to the agreement, In terms of your answer earlier to what your understanding was about what TABARAK was going to do, you've explained the word custody. What you understood custody to mean is somebody taking your assets or your funds, keeping them in a safe environment so somebody can't access those funds or financial instruments. So that's your general understanding of what custody means. But what was your understanding as to what TABARAK had agreed in terms of the services it was going to provide for the intended transaction?
Number one was, of course, custody. That was something that was promised to us.
Custody.
The other thing that of digital assets, which is Bitcoin in our case, they were supposed to be, and when I say custody, I've covered all those elements which I described earlier, which is safety, security, safe environment, settlement of those assets, etc. And the other thing was banking services, because whenever we met Christian before, he always uses this word called as boutique banking. So it was very clear to us, not just will they custody our assets, but would also deposit the required funds into our bank accounts. And of course, all the parties we will be charging us a commission on every trade that we use using their services.
So 8-94, that's the email sending the agreement, and I accept you're not copied into this email, are you?
No, I'm not.
But if you go to 8-101,
yes.
This email attaching with the agreement is sent to you by Mr. Al-Ali.
Right.
Copying in Mr. Devar. FYI, I'm discussing with them the one-time fees and charges, which are very high. Yes? 8357.
Yes.
I beg your pardon, it's 8346, my apologies. 8347, apologies, 8347.
Yes. That's right.
Yes. So 8348 is the first email in the chain. That's the email we've just seen. Mr. Al-Ali sent you the agreement. You then send it to Mr. Chitri on the 19th of December, saying, let's review this agreement from the bank, please.
Yep.
And actually, my first reference was correct. Can we go to 8357, please? 8357.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And again, these are the chain of emails. We see them. They start at 8-360. You see in that email, that's the email from Ms. Zagielova pending the agreement. We've seen the one above at 8-359. The one above that, the first email in the chain, you sending it to Vishal, let's review this agreement. And then, if we go
Sorry.
8-358.
Yes.
So you send the agreement to Vishal on the 19th of December. Nothing happens between the 19th of December until the 15th of January, wherein you say, we need to review this agreement today. You see that?
Yes, you're right.
And
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just not being well.
no, that's
Last few
absolutely
days.
fine. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Yes. Sorry, you were saying yes.
Yes.
So yes, we signed the agreement in January. That's right.
I wasn't saying signing. I'm saying that my question was, from the 19th of December to the 15th of January, nothing happens in relation to this agreement. And then you send an email saying, we need to review this agreement today. Yes?
Right.
And it was urgent, wasn't it, on the 15th of January to review this agreement and get the process moving. And that's why you say today.
Well, that's generally how I work. I mean, always to put pressure on people, I'll always say, like, let's do it today. Or I would give a strict deadline as well. But of course, they reviewed the agreement and we got the feedback as well. But yes, I mean, whenever a client comes to us, not just for Tabarak, it's always we try to quicken up the process and always try to make sure that we onboard the customer as soon as possible if the compliances are right.
Right, and so the next email, and he responds to the urgency by sending you a response on that day, and that's at 8-357.
Yes.
And Ismail Sahib sends it to Vishal Chitre, sending his points on the agreement, which Vishal Chitre then sends to you on the same day.
Right.
Hi Shantanu, please go through the 5 bullet points mentioned by Ismail in the email below. These need to be discussed, clarified and negotiated with Anastasia before we sign up.
Right.
And if we go back to the 5 points, they're in the email below 8-357.
Yeah.
And he tells you that Tabarak is an investment capital bank, services products in arranging and advising global wealth management and trading businesses by providing services through a proven and secure platform.
Right.
What he does not say there, does he, that they can provide custody of digital assets of Bitcoin.
Well, he doesn't have to mention everything because it was very clear to us when we looked at the first draft, and it clearly says in the agreement that they do custody as well of digital assets. And I think in one of the pages you just showed, it was also mentioned custody as a solution is something that Tabarak provided, and this is what we were very clear about.
So is it your evidence that in the agreement Tabarak said that they do custody of digital assets?
No, I'm saying that they do custody.
Right, so they do custody.
Yeah.
Right. Then going on to this email, typically service products in arranging project finance and asset management services. And then he puts the website link. And if we
That's right.
Yes, and if we can go to 8-445, please.
Yes.
And this is Tabarak's website, isn't it?
8445, right?
Yes.
It says our team shareholders. That's the page I have.
8-445?
Right.
Ah, sorry, yes, I beg your pardon. Yes, you're right. Our team shareholders. Yes, that's the first page of Tabarak's website. You're right. Thank you. And so that gives details of the shareholders, Mr. Al-Shiri and Dr. Ahmadi. You see that?
Right.
And you accept, don't you, that there is nothing in this first page to suggest that Tabarak deals with custody of digital assets of Bitcoin?
Yes, you're right.
And in fact, there is nothing in here to suggest that they do anything in relation to Bitcoin.
See, you're right to say that, but you have to also understand, because as soon as Tabarak probably puts cryptocurrency on their website, maybe the banks may have issues with them, and that's a reason a lot of companies don't mention crypto and crypto assets, etc., on their website.
Yes, but are you speculating this, or did you ask them that question, why they haven't put cryptocurrency on the website?
I don't think really there was a need for us to ask them, and again, it's an internal matter for them to discuss whether they want to put this on their website or not.
8-447, you see there the management team.
Right.
And you see reference to Mr. Aziz Malik, the Director of Compliance, Risk Management and AML.
Yes.
So you would have understood that Mr. Malik was the Director of Compliance.
Right.
And we see Mr. Turner there at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And 8-448, Director of Investments in European Markets.
Yes.
So there is nothing on their website, is there, about Tabarak having any expertise in relation to either Bitcoin or custody of Bitcoin?
Not on the website.
My lord, Miss Ahmed, it's time for our first morning break, if that's a convenient moment.
Yes. Just remind me of how long this break is, please.
This is 15 minutes, my lord.
This is a 15-minute break. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much.
We'll break now and we'll resume at 1/4 the hour. Thank you. When you're ready, Miss Ahmed.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Saxena, if you can go back to the email at 8-357, please.
Yes, please.
So we're back to this email wherein you are looking at the 5 bullet points that have been provided by the compliance department as to the agreement.
Right.
Second, or rather the first, it's the third paragraph, but it's the first bullet point. Can you see that there?
Right. Fee structure, you mean?
Fee structure. Client shall pay a one-time non-refundable processing fee for due diligence administration fee for $25,000 US plus VAT, non-refundable, whether fulfilled, non-fulfilled with TIHCL policy, which is comparatively higher, non-refundable in any terms. So you understood, didn't you, that there was a non-refundable processing fee for due diligence and administration?
That's right.
The second bullet point, even successful agreement, additional retainer fees, administrative fees and expenses in due course for rendering service based on the business activity and time spent during process will be charged as per the agreement. Need more clarity from the account manager to understand the cost in details. So you understood, didn't you, from what you had received from the compliance department, that number one, there was a non-refundable processing fee for due diligence, and number two, for any further services, there would be an additional retainer fee based on the time, based on the activity and the time spent.
That's right, but Tabarak never came back to us with this fee, or they never sent us any invoice for this fee.
Sorry, never sent you an invoice for which fee? The non-refundable fee or the?
No, the administrative fee, the compliance fee, etc., that you just referred in your point 2. No. I can't remember to have read this document, this invoice ever. The only fee that we were supposed to pay them was the account opening fee.
Yes, but my question is slightly different, Mr. Saxena.
Yes.
The question was this, and I'll go slowly if you will. Having read this email from compliance explaining to you what the agreement was about, you understood, right, didn't you, that after the non-refundable processing fee would be paid for due diligence, that there, right, would be then an additional fee and expenses for rendering services?
That's correct.
And those fees would be determined based on the services that were rendered.
That's right.
And if we go over to 8-358, So 8-358 at the bottom of the paragraph, before signing off the agreement in terms of understanding our purpose and requirements, let's discuss with TICL account manager Anastasia to understand in brief onboarding procedures and documents required to fill successful account opening procedures, since the value of processing fee and retainer fee plays a vital role for account opening pre-process large. Even major local authorities are not charging on those pre-processing consulting charges. So it's right, isn't it, that the email that I took you to in terms of the KYC compliance list was in the context of this paragraph, which was you saying to Anastasia, we want to understand the onboarding procedures, and then that email was sent as to the documents that were required.
No, I don't think so. Are you referring to the email on 29th January?
Yes.
From Anastasia? No, that's incorrect, as I told before.
So it's right, isn't it, that having read the email, having seen these bullet points from compliance, you understood what this agreement was about, didn't you?
That's right. To a certain extent, yes.
And can I ask you please to open the agreement, which is at 8-95.
Yes.
Can I ask you to look at the first paragraph, please?
Sorry, where?
The first paragraph in the agreement. You have that there underneath the box. This client agreement is made. Yes?
That's right.
Can you see the last sentence in that paragraph? Schedule A also attached.
Yes.
And if we go to Schedule A, that's at 8-100.
Yeah.
So having read this agreement, you understood that there was an indemnity incorporated within this agreement, didn't you?
Yeah, as I said, I understand the basics of legal, but I mean, I'm not an expert, but yes, I do understand the basics of the legal agreement, what's mentioned here, yes.
So you understand what is said, or what is meant by an indemnity which is set out at Schedule A? You understand the effect of that?
Well, I'm not a legal expert. I can't say whether whether I fully understand or not.
You understand, don't you, having read this agreement, that if anything goes wrong within the scope of services that TABARAK was supposed to provide, that TABARAK is not accepting any liability for that?
That's right, but as far as I understand or understood at that time, whatever we did was based on what TABARAK informed us and the confidence that they gave us throughout December and January.
Can you remind me, is this a point that's pleaded by the first defendant?
It is indeed, yes.
All right, don't have to show me, don't have to show it up. Fine, thank you.
Going back to 8-95, have the where it's pleaded, please.
Well, I really don't want to take up time about that. I'm quite happy to accept what Miss Ahmed tells me. That the point's been pleaded, it's been pleaded, that's fine.
Grateful, thank you. I just wanted to give you a reference for your note, but I'll come to that later. I don't want to take up more time unnecessarily. 8-95. So, Mr. Saxena, the 3 bullet points under TICL services, we see asset management, investment into Sukuk, wealth fund, investment trading and custodial services, FX trading and FX spot transactions. You see that there?
Right.
And there is nothing there suggesting that TABARAK had agreed ever to provide services relating to the custody of digital assets of Bitcoin. That's not there, is it?
Well, my understanding of custodial services is that they were helping us with custody, and Christian, as somebody who worked for TABARAK, knew how to manage digital assets. And prior to this, they said they dealt with several other clients in the crypto space. gave us that confidence. But it says here custodial services, and
Yes.
that was our understanding throughout.
No, but my question is different. There is nothing specific there saying that TABARAK has agreed to provide custodial services of digital assets of Bitcoin.
Yeah, but as far as I correctly remember, in one of my witness statements as well, Christian clearly wrote in one of his email that they can custody digital assets as well.
And you accept, would you agree with me rather, that providing custody of digital assets of Bitcoin is a very specific service, isn't it?
Well, custody is custody at the end of the day. And if you are using wallets, you know how to manage those wallets. You can provide the service.
No, I'm not saying whether you can or you're not. And I'm also don't agree with you when you say custody is custody. My question is different. I'm suggesting to you that custody of digital assets of Bitcoin is a very specific service. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with you.
And because it's such a specific technical service, would you agree it's a technical service?
Well, I don't know really if it's a technical service or not, because at the end of the day, now I'm just trying to understand what do you mean by technical service? What's the technology involved here?
Well, it requires a degree of expertise in relation to providing custodial services of digital assets and Bitcoin. So I would say that is a technical service. It's a specialized service.
Correct. And I think Christian did demonstrate that he knew how to manage digital assets. And based on various claims from TABARAK, having dealt with various other crypto companies, gave us that confidence.
I'm so sorry. I'm having another technical issue. One of my laptops has completely shut down.
Yes.
I'm sorry, my lord. Could you give me a couple of moments?
How long do you need?
Maybe 5 minutes, because I'm going to need to get in touch with the London office just to see what's the issue.
Okay. Well, we'll tread water for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think we might be missing a little bit of evidence, though, from the witness. So could I tell you what the last thing I have on my real-time screen?
Yes, please do.
Miss Ahmed, could you see your question there?
Yes.
And then there was some over-speaking by yourself and the witness. And so I didn't get any of the witness's answer, I'm afraid.
My recollection was that the witness had agreed that it was and I don't want to say anything because I didn't take a note, so I don't know if anybody else has taken a note.
Well, perhaps if the question is in the transcript,
yes.
and what is not clear as to his answer, put the question again. You may have to sketch in the context a little bit because we've had this break, and then put the question again. We'll hear what Mr. Saxena says in reply.
Yes, I think I understood, Mr. Saxena, your evidence to be that it was a very specialised service. I think you agreed with me there, and there's a note there in the transcript. And the question was, because it's such a specialised service, there is a degree of technical expertise that's required to give that service.
I'm not sure if Mr. Saxena agreed it was a highly specialised service.
Correct. I didn't agree to this. I think I asked you, what do you mean by specialized service? Sorry, what do you mean by technical service?
Well, do you accept that the fulfillment of custodianship in the context of the transaction, on the 3rd of February, required a significant degree of experience and expertise, and how, from a technical point of view, because much of this involves the use of computers, custodianship is to be achieved. You agree with that?
Not fully, Your Honor, because the whole aspect here is the wallets which were used on that day for the transaction. We did not have any experience in dealing with those wallets, and we relied on Mr. Turner because he was the one who was already dealing with these wallets, not just with us, but with other clients as well. So
No, but I'm sorry to cut across you. You're not quite answering my question. What counsel is really putting to you is that in order for custodianship to be achieved, and particularly in the context of the 3rd of February, would require the custodian to have knowledge and expertise to ensure that the assets are kept safe.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And the expertise would include an element of technical, the application of techniques which are essentially involved in handling computers and the electronic means which are available for custodian to be achieved. It's yes or no?
It's yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lordship. And it's right, isn't it, that there is no contemporaneous evidence. There is no contemporaneous evidence in any of these documents to say that Mr. Turner said that he had the knowledge and the experience and the techniques necessary to achieve, or sorry, something's clicking. I think it's the transcript. To achieve custodian of the Bitcoin, is there? Safe custodian.
Well, Mr. Turner always agreed. I mean, he always gave us that confidence that he has dealt with cold wallets in the past, and he has been dealing with various other customers as well. If, in my opinion, if somebody can set up the wallet, they know how to connect the wallet and set the seeds up, get the wallet up and running, share the address. I understand they have to know the basics. They would know how to manage custody using cold wallets. That's my understanding. So it doesn't have to be everything on the documentation, but this is what Mr. Turner demonstrated all the time.
Yes, and that was your understanding, wasn't it? You yourself never asked the question, did you, of Mr. Turner, do you have the knowledge, the experience, the techniques in order to provide safe custodianship? Did you?
Well, if it's there in my first witness statement as well, that I asked Mr. Turner that is it safe for us to use the wallets? And he always gave us that confidence. Yes, the wallets are safe to use, and we would be storing the assets safely in these wallets.
No, Mr. Saxena, I'm talking about a different. I think you're talking about the 3rd of February. We'll come to the 3rd of February. What I am saying is that prior to the 3rd of February, you never asked the question from Mr. Turner whether he had the knowledge, experience, or the techniques to provide safe custodianship.
I think I did. I asked him, like, have you used these wallets before? And he always came across as somebody who understood these wallets. That's what my understanding is.
Mr. Saxena, there is nothing in your witness statement, there is nothing in your evidence to suggest that prior to the 3rd of February, you ever asked Mr. Turner whether he had the knowledge, experience, or techniques for safe custodianship. And that's right, isn't it? Because you didn't.
Well, I'm just telling you exactly what my understanding and what I understood throughout our conversations. And I'm telling you my understanding about the whole thing.
Yes, and that's just your understanding. It was just an assumption that he might do, but there is never...
It's not an assumption. No, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Ahmed. It's not an assumption. It was well understood that Mr. Turner had an idea and was knowledgeable enough to use the cold wallets. And this was a second wallet, by the way, that Mr. Turner actually, at least what I saw, they were already using a Tabarak wallet. And the wallet that was used on 3rd of February was the second wallet. So
is
I
it
have
your
no reasons to believe.
Sorry, my apologies. Is it your evidence that just because somebody uses a wallet or has a wallet, is that they have knowledge and experience of safe custodianship?
Well, they have knowledge of managing the crypto, the wallets. Yes, that's my understanding.
And can I ask you to turn to section 6, 106? This is in your witness statement bundle.
Section 6, 106. Sorry, did you say, Ms. Ahmed, section 6, 106?
Yes, this is Mr. Christian Turner's witness statement. And at paragraph 8, he says, I am not a cryptocurrency expert or involved in Bitcoin transactions as a professional. Further, at no point have I ever been instructed in personal capacity or otherwise to structure a Bitcoin sale and purchase deal agreement or put together a deal structure term sheet for such transactions.
Well,
wait a minute, Ms. Ahmed. I'm not sure you can really put that question on the basis of what Mr. Turner says. What is relevant is the understanding of this witness as to Mr. Turner's role and an understanding as to his competence insofar as custodianship is concerned. The fact that Mr. Turner says he didn't have any such expertise is beside the point. We've had the witness's evidence as to his well, let's call it understanding or assumption, and he made reference to a particular use, the use of a wallet, and there was more than one wallet. I don't think we can go much further. We'll hear Mr. Turner, and we'll hear about what, in fact, from his point of view, his expertise was and wasn't. But the fact that he says he doesn't have the expertise, you can't really put to this witness. The question is what this witness's understanding was and what it was based on. And we've had that. It's and then it's a subject of submission, it seems to me. So I think we'll move on.
Yes, but just by way of understanding, the reason why I am putting this question, because it was my understanding that this witness has said that that was the agreement reached between TABARAK and the claimant. But I see your point, and I will move on.
Good.
Now, coming back to your understanding, because you've also given evidence that Mr. Turner had said to you that he had dealt with several clients related to cryptocurrency.
That's right.
And I'm going to suggest to you that that, in fact, is also incorrect. Mr. Saxena, you met with Mr. Turner, didn't you, on the 20th of December? That was the first time you met with Mr. Turner, isn't it?
That's right.
And there is no evidence that you have provided, either in your witness statement or in any of the documents, that he presented to you that he had knowledge, expertise of the safety and security of the custodianship of Bitcoin, did he? Of the wallet?
Let me answer this question. On 30th of January, when we wanted to do the 200 Bitcoin deal, Mr. Turner, Anastasia, Sushant, and we had good, I can't remember really how many hours, but it was more than 2 hours. We sat and have few cups. I mean, we had coffee. I can't remember how many, but yes, we had coffee. And during this time, we got a great opportunity to discuss what is it that Mr. Turner has done with other clients who HUOBI has in the pipeline, and how we can build a business foundation together using the TABARAK custodial services and the banking services. So that was one of the opportunities that I had with Mr. Christian, with Mr. Turner to go through the details, really.
So are you saying that that's the first opportunity that you had discussing with Mr. Turner, whereby he demonstrated his knowledge and experience?
No, I'm not saying the first opportunity. I'm saying specifically about other clients is, I think that was your precise question. And it's related to this. But in all the meetings or whenever I met Mr. Turner, we got that confidence that he understood how the wallets work and how the custody would
Well,
work.
this is what I'm exploring with you, Mr. Saxena. Why did you get that confidence? I mean, because there's nothing in your witness statements here about that.
There is, if you look at my witness, the deal structures that came from Mr. Turner, first, second, and third. If you see, he's the one actually who always came up with the structures. So it means he clearly understood that how cryptocurrencies work, how the deal would work, what is going to be Tabarak's role, what is it that HUOBI has to do, and what is it that the buyer has to do. And it's there in my witness statements as well.
Coming back to the agreement at 8-95, please.
Sorry, 8-95, yes.
You have it there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to suggest to you that it was never agreed between the parties that Tabarak would have custody of the digital asset of Bitcoin, because if it had been agreed, then it would be there in the witness state, in the agreement.
Yeah, I think we are coming back to the same question again, but my understanding about custodial services is custodial services at the end of the day.
And I'm going to also suggest to you that, in fact, there is no evidence that HUOBI ever requested Tabarak to provide custody of digital assets of Bitcoin.
Well, actually, again, it's there in one of my witness statements. There is actually an email from Mr. Turner which says that they would custody digital assets or cryptocurrency. I can't remember the exact words, but it's definitely there.
And there was never any request that they would provide, as you said, the safety, the security, and the secure environment for the custody of the digital assets of Bitcoin.
They always did. Always did.
And in fact, Mr. Saxena, can I ask you to turn to 9-38, please?
Sorry, what do you mean by 9-38?
I mean,
is it like a
section 9 page 38? It's the WhatsApp messages.
Okay, I don't have access to WhatsApp, so I'll have to follow my screen.
Yes, is somebody from CRS going to bring that up, please?
Yeah.
And there's an entry there at 1:45 p.m. on the 3rd of February. Yes?
Yes.
And we know that the Bitcoin was transferred 6 minutes past 1, wasn't it?
Right.
So this is after the transfer of the Bitcoin at 1:45 p.m. Yes?
Well, I'm just trying to think about the timing. If this is the no, this is, I think the timing is incorrect.
UK timing, isn't it?
It's a UK time, yes.
For 1:45. But the question is, had the Bitcoins gone by the time that you said it's between them to sort out, they should either give us the money or the coins?
Correct.
So,
I said that.
And that was after the Bitcoins are gone. Right, okay.
And if you look at the next entry, Mohit says, yes, of course, they are getting paid for being an escrow service. And therefore, I'm going to suggest to you that during the currency of this relationship and transaction, the expectation and understanding was that Tabarak would simply be an escrow service. And the fact that you're now saying custody of digital assets, the safety, the security, I'm going to suggest to you is an afterthought, isn't it?
Well, it's a word that Mohit has used, escrow services, but throughout in my witness statement, I have referred to them as custody providers.
On the 3rd of February, Mr. Saxena, you say that you met with Dr. Ahmadi, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
I'm just going to go to the part in your witness statement. Paragraph 61, please.
On my witness statement, okay.
Yes, the first witness statement.
Paragraph 16.
1.
61.
Yes.
Now, your evidence is that at the outset of the meeting, Mr. Ahmadi stated that HUOBI was not yet a client of TABARAK on the basis that the account opening fee hadn't been paid. I'm going to suggest to you that it was further than that, wasn't it? It was not only because the account opening fee had not been paid, but also because you had failed to comply with the due diligence process. That's correct, isn't it?
No, unfortunately, that's incorrect. This point of compliance never came up during our discussions.
And there is also evidence that you give to say that Mr. Al-Ali replied that the account opening fee would be simply deducted from the purchase price paid by the buyer. Nothing further was said by TABARAK in this respect, and Mr. Ahmadi left the meeting shortly thereafter. I'm going to suggest to you that that in fact didn't happen, did it?
It did happen. It's there in my first witness statement and in the second as well. It did happen.
And in fact, the only comment that was made was that TABARAK's offices were being used as a neutral venue for the transaction.
That's incorrect. Sorry.
And that was the only basis upon which you were there at TABARAK's offices.
No, they were providing us end-to-end solutions for this transfer. They were a part of the whole deal, and they understood exactly what their role is. So it was beyond just providing their premises. They were getting paid for the transaction.
And you say that a commission was agreed, but I'm going to suggest to you that that commission wasn't agreed with Mr. Ahmadi, was it? It was agreed between you and Mr. Turner personally.
Not at all. The commission was, you can look at the various WhatsApp messages as well, but it was for TABARAK, and the money was the TABARAK's bank accounts were used for the whole process. So I don't understand how Mr. Ahmadi wouldn't understand. And even if you think so, it's, I think, their internal matter really. For us, we were dealing with somebody who worked for TABARAK.
And the reason why you were dealing with Mr. Turner personally is because Mr. Ahmadi had prohibited any services to be provided. Mr. Turner was still keen to do business with you and wanted to do so, and therefore that agreement was in his personal capacity, and the commission was agreed between you and Mr. Turner, wasn't it?
That's not true, because the agreement was, it was on TABARAK's letterhead. The emails came from TABARAK's domain name. In certain emails, Mr. Ahmadi was also copied in. No, I can't fully agree to what you just said.
Can I ask you to turn up 9239, please?
Sorry, I'll have to rely on the screen here. Yep. 9239, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is a group WhatsApp chat message in which you're a participant. If you go to the entry at the 28th of January at 6:23 p.m, you say your meeting.
Yeah.
You have that there?
Yes.
You're saying that you're meeting Christian tomorrow. He called up saying it's not him but Ahmadi who is creating a fuss. He thinks it should be sorted and is keen to do business with us. So it's Mr. Turner who is keen to do business with you, isn't it? Despite Dr. Ahmadi's prohibition.
Well, again, as I said, it's an internal matter. This is what he told me, and exactly, yes. What I'm again trying to say here is when he thinks it should be done, Christian was not receiving money into his personal bank account. He was receiving money into Tabarak's bank account. And when I say he thinks it should be sorted, it means he would be able to convince Dr. Ahmadi so that we can move further with this transaction.
Can I ask you to turn to 8496, please? 8496. This is an email sent by you, Mr. Turner, Ms. Zaviolova, Mr.
Just allow the witness to find the page.
Yes, this is an email, isn't it?
Yes, it's an email. Whilst you, Mr. Saxena, do you have it there now?
Yes, I do.
You've sent this email to Mr. Turner, Zaviolova, Ms. Zaviolova, Mr. Alali, and Sushant. And the time there is 1:35. This is after the transfer of Bitcoin, isn't it?
That's right.
And it says, please find attached the trade details for the first 300 coins.
Right.
Now, Mr. Ahmadi is not copied into this email, is he?
Yeah, but you know, the way I look at copying people is you don't have to mark the whole world. You just mark the person who you're dealing with. I did not even mark Anastasia. I just marked Christian.
Well, you did, Mr.
Oh yes,
Sushant.
I did. I did. Yes, I did. Yes, but I don't know. I mean, I did not see a point because Christian was the one who was dealing with us from Tabarak throughout.
Well, I'm going to suggest if that agreement about commission payment had been agreed with Dr. Ahmadi, you would have made a point of copying Mr. Ahmadi in. And because you haven't, I'm going to suggest to you that that agreement was with Mr. Turner in his personal capacity.
Well, I don't think so. At the end of the day, what we understood is we are dealing with Tabarak. That's my understanding. I did not mark his personal email address or anything.
Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 69, please?
My first statement. Yes, please.
You say, as I have mentioned, the buyer insisted that the parties use his wallet for the transaction rather than Tabarak's Trezor wallet, as had been previously discussed and agreed. I now the seed phrase was automatically generated by the wallet by pressing a button on the device. A small display shows the words one at a time, and a user can scroll both forward and back through the seed phrase by pressing a button repeatedly. At the time, I believe the buyer asked to use his wallet so that once the transaction was done, he could simply take the wallet containing the Bitcoin away with him immediately. So you understood, didn't you, at the time that when the buyer brings the wallet to the transaction, that there is a risk that he may take the wallet containing the Bitcoin with him immediately?
Well, to be very fair and honest, I think I clarified in my second witness statement that I did raise my concerns as well. Well, I did not know exactly what will happen. How will the buyer take the wallet, the coins with them while the wallet is in the safe? But Christian gave us that confidence that he is fully equipped to set up the wallet. The wallets are going to be in the safe, in Tabarak's safe custody, in the locker, I suppose. In the safe, sorry, not the locker, but in the safe. But I have also mentioned here that I now know in my first witness statement that the seed phrase, so it's in my statement thereafter, I did not know how the coins can actually go away from the wallet. So this is how I have described it here.
Fine. So you say that you now know that you can scroll up and down on a wallet, and I think everybody knows that now. But what you say there, the last sentence, at the time, I believe the buyer asked to use his own wallet so that once the transaction was done, he could simply take the wallet containing the Bitcoin away with him immediately. So you believed, didn't you, at the time that when the buyer turns up with his wallet, there's a risk that he can simply take the wallet with the Bitcoin? That's what you believed at the time.
I think that's common sense, right? Like when somebody is buying from us, we would not transfer coins to their wallet. We would only transfer to the coins to the party who we believe. If we would have believed the buyer, we would have done a deal with them directly without the need of Tabarak, right?
And then can I also take you to 9664, please?
Sorry, It's a message, I think.
A message from whom?
No, I'm saying, is it a WhatsApp message?
Yes, it is. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
I misunderstood you.
Sorry, it's opening. I'm on 9448 right now.
Okay.
Miss Ahmed, did you say 9664? I'm not sure.
It's not coming up the main
that
screen.
No, I beg your pardon. It's 9306. My apologies. This is why I couldn't find my own reference and I was taking time. Thank you for pointing that out.
3, 6. It's not working either. 9036.
9036, yes. No, 9-306.
Oh, it's 306, not 036.
9-306, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, it's been pointed out to me that I was wrong.
Okay, never mind. Here we are. We're there now.
Now, Miss, do you see a link there at the bottom? And I appreciate you're not involved in this WhatsApp chat because this is between Alali and Rudolph.
Right.
You see there that there is a link to Kraken identifies critical flaw in Trezor hardware wallets. You see that there at 12:50?
Right.
1250. Yes, I've got it. 1251. Yeah.
And that article is at 8-664.
664.
And your evidence is that you believed that the buyer could walk off with the Bitcoin if he turned up with his own wallet. That was your evidence.
Sorry, are you referring to the one we just reviewed now?
No, I'm referring to your evidence where you say that you believed that the buyer could walk away with the Bitcoin if his wallet was used.
No, when I say if his wallet is used, is in the sense if the buyer has set up the wallet on their own. But in our case, the wallet was being set up jointly between Christian from TABARAK and the buyer.
And what this article at 8664 talks about is that it refers to extraction of seeds from both cryptocurrency hardware wallets. It talks about the second paragraph, the attack requires just the physical access to the device. And then if you go over the page, 8-666, it's there in big writing, first bullet point, do not allow anyone physical access to your Trezor wallet. You could permanently lose your crypto. So when you talk about your belief that paragraph 69 of your witness statement, is it because Mr. Al-Ali had sent you this article or did you know that independently?
Well, first of all, he didn't send me this article, as you just said.
He did or he didn't?
He didn't. He did not send me this article. This is between him and Rudolph, number one. Number two is, what's your question really? Sorry.
My question was that your belief that you set out at paragraph 69, did it arise because you'd read this article or was it independent?
It was independent. And also because of the fact that it was really TABARAK who was managing the whole process end to end for us.
No.
And in our case, the wallet was set up by Christian. Sorry.
And did you discuss your concerns or your belief about the concern of this transaction with Mr. Al-Ali?
In the meeting room, yes.
And what was Mr. Al-Ali's response to that?
Can't exactly remember, but it was actually not Mr. Ali who was trying to give me that confidence. It was Mr. Turner who was giving this confidence time and again about the wallet that's being kept in a safe custody. We are dealing with a DIFC company, a regulated entity, and that's somebody who knew how to manage cryptocurrencies. And of course, most importantly, Mr. Ahmed, that they always kept saying all the time that they have cited funds from the buyer and they have onboarded the buyer. So, you know, when you put all these points together, it's the confidence that really builds up.
No,
And
that's
when
not.
you, okay.
Let him finish,
Sorry.
please. Go on, Mr. Satsani. Finish your answer.
Sure. And especially when you are sitting in a room where you are there to do the transaction, it's very easy to discuss it after things have gone wrong. But when you are there and you hear the evidence, when you hear what the other party has to say, the comfort that they're giving you, I think you're in a very different mind frame.
Well, Mr. Saxena, my question was different. My question was, did you discuss your concerns as you set out at paragraph 69 with Mr. Al-Ali?
It was not just with Mr. Ali. It was with everybody who was there in the room. So it was
Right.
an open discussion point.
Right. So you have an open discussion. Mr. Al-Ali is present. Do you tell them your concerns, that your belief is that if the buyer has asked to use his own wallet, then he could simply take the wallet away? Did you discuss or make that concern known to Mr. Al-Ali and everybody else in the room?
Well, I did not exactly say that the buyer will walk off with the cryptos. I think that's well understood. All I was trying to get to the point is, why are we using their wallet? And this is when we had Christian to say, hey, I will set up the wallet and it's going to be in our safe. I hope I now answered your question.
Now,
my previous answer was not clear. Sorry.
I'm going to suggest to you that, in fact, Mr. Turner, I'm sure his counsel will take you through this, but Mr. Turner did not, in fact, make any representation about him taking charge or responsibility of the safety of the wallet.
He did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done the deal if he wouldn't have taken the initiative and giving us that comfort.
Well, can I ask you to turn up 8469, please?
Yeah.
Before I ask a question about this, you've said that you wouldn't have done the deal, but you knew, didn't you, that TABARAK did not have any funds or the buyer's funds in its bank account? So why did you go ahead and do the deal?
Well, again, it's there in my witness statement as well. On several occasions, Mr. Turner claimed, and if I correctly remember, even Dr. Ahmadi said that they have dealt with this buyer and they have done a lot of business with them. That's number one. Number two is in the first deal structure that Mr. Turner sent us, it was very clear that they have onboarded the buyer with TABARAK and Northcom, the company that was involved. And most importantly, they have seen the funds here with, sorry, I can't remember my exact wordings, but I can go back to my witness statement, but it says that they have access to the funds, or they have cited the funds basically.
Are you aware that the buyer offered to show proof of funds to Mr. Al-Ali?
I'm not aware, but he did show it to Christian.
No, the question was, are you aware that the buyer had offered to show proof of funds to Mr. Al-Ali? And I think your evidence was you're not aware.
I'm not aware.
I've asked you to turn to page 8469. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Should already have that. We haven't got into it yet. 469.
You have it, yes?
Yes.
This is an email that was sent by Mr. Sahib. You see that?
Yes.
Copying in Mr. Devara, Mr. Al-Ali, and you're copied in as well, aren't you?
Right.
This is the 22nd of January.
Yes, it is. 20, yes. And if you go to the penultimate paragraph, we found the ultimate party who is getting benefit from the transaction, Evgeny Morozov. An adverse news found, an Interpol hit found on internet search, but we are unable to conclude the hit is related to the same party with TICL dealing with. We asked KYC details from Christian Turner, but he is not willing to share any KYC details related to the deal.
Right.
Firstly, there is no evidence in this bundle that you ever asked Mr. Turner for KYC details on Mr. Morozov.
I didn't ask, but I think Ismail did ask to provide the details.
And moving forward, if we turn to 26-185.
Sorry, it's gonna be here, I think. Is it a WhatsApp message?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay.
You have that there?
Yes, yes, I can see 185.
26-185, and this is the Interpol notice reference. It references the Interpol notice.
Right.
Yes, it's a Dow Jones Risk and Compliance search. Yes?
Yes.
And if you go over the page, 8-186, the charges against this particular Evgeny Morozov are of fraud, aren't they?
Yes.
And it's
He's
right.
SIP.
Sorry?
I think he's what they're suggesting is he or now again the thing is now when you do the internet search, it always gives you a possible possible red mark. It may or may not be, but it may be a possible red mark.
And there is no evidence in this bundle, no contemporaneous evidence, nor any evidence in your witness statements to suggest that you ever tried to bottom out whether or not the Evgeny Morozov referred to here is the same buyer who has an Interpol notice against him, did you?
I think it was Tabarak's responsibility, right? Mr. Mozarov, Afghani was really customer that was dealing with Tabarak, and we were not sending funds to them directly. It was actually Tabarak who would be exposing their bank accounts. So I would assume it would be their responsibility.
There is never any evidence, or rather there is no evidence either in your witness statements or in the contemporaneous documents that you ever told Tabarak that Mr. Morozov has an Interpol notice against him, is there?
I think it was informed by Ismail to Tabarak.
Can I ask you to turn back to paragraph 66, please?
Okay.
Your first witness statement.
Right.
You said you were not in the meeting room when the wallet was set up.
Right. When the first part of the wallet was set up. Yes.
Did you even know that it was the buyer's wallet?
Yes.
Can I ask you to turn to 936, please?
Sorry. Yes, please.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, it's 9-35. And if we go to 11:07 on the 3rd of February, you say, hi, morning, at the moment the coins are still with TABARAK. If you knew it was the buyer's wallet, why did you say the coins are with TABARAK?
Because it was TABARAK who it was TABARAK who had set up the wallet jointly with the buyer. So that's why in our case, we were giving our coins to TABARAK and not to the buyer. And this is why I have referred to this wallet as TABARAK's wallet. It was going to be kept in their safe. They were taking the custody of the wallets. Henceforth, it was supposed to be TABARAK's wallet.
Paragraph 64.
Yes, please.
This is where you give evidence to say that the buyer brought his 2 Trezor wallets. He said he wanted to set them up, but I objected to that. You see that there?
Right.
But then you say your evidence is that you walk out of the room.
Right.
And you come back into the room and you see that the wallet is being used.
No, it's been set up, sorry.
It's
not
been
used,
set up.
it's been set up.
Now, given your objection here, given your belief that if you use the buyer's wallet that he may take away the Bitcoin, having appreciated that risk, why did you not stop the transaction?
I think I can explain again, but it was the overall confidence that TABARAK gave us that the wallet is going to be set up by them. They are going to put it in a safe where only Dr. Ahmadi and Christian has got access to the wallet, and it's a safe way of doing transaction.
Can I ask you to turn to 8-520, please?
Yes, please.
Now, these are memory minutes that Mr. Turner said that he provided to the police officers on the 12th of February.
Okay.
And you keep saying that you went ahead because of the overall confidence provided by Mr. Turner. Can I ask you to turn to 8-521?
Right.
And this is where he starts to explain, from reading from the previous page, they were wrapped in cellophane, they being the wallets, clear plastic and untouched. I opened the cellophane and took out the package, opened the package and took out the device. I controlled the original seal at the device and showed to everybody in the room. Is that right? Did he show everybody in the room the wallets?
I think so, yes.
After acknowledgement of all persons in the room, I removed the seal from the device. Is that right?
I mean, I don't remember everything, but I think so. That's correct.
And informed that I will start now the setup procedure. Is that right? Did he do that? Did he remove the seal, show the device, and inform everyone that he'll start the setup procedure?
That's right.
Everybody in the room noted and agreed to start setup run. That's right, isn't it? Everybody in the room noted and agreed for him to start the setup.
Yes, but yes, but are you asking at what point did I interject or ask why are you setting it up?
Well, you preempted the question. What I'm going to say is that, in fact, you didn't interject, because had you interjected, then no doubt Mr. Turner would have referred to those interjections. But he doesn't.
But it was before all of this happened, and that's why he took the wallet and decided to set up. As soon as the buyer said, when he came and he said, we will be using this transaction for the wallet. And by the way, this is his memory minutes. I think this is his statement to the police, as you just said, but this is his memory minutes. and he won't get into the details like whether Shantanu interjected and he said, no, this is not right or that is not correct. But as soon as the buyer said they wanted to take cryptos in this wallet, at that very moment, I interjected and I asked them to stop the process. But as I'm telling you the exact chronology of the event, how it happened. And then Mr. Turner said, okay, I will set it up, etc., etc. And then what's mentioned here, it's correct. He did open it up. He did show it to everybody that I can't remember about this, whether he took off the seal, but he did say he's going to set it up now.
Can I ask you to turn up? Well, before I do that, it's right, isn't it, Mr. Saxena, that you realised relatively soon after the transfer of Bitcoins that something had gone wrong, that the Bitcoins had been taken?
Not soon after, really. No, until we checked the blockchain, we didn't know that the coins have been taken.
And when do you say that?
All this time.
How many minutes?
I would say after good 2.5 hours or so, at around 3:30, we did the transaction at around 1 p.m. I would say at around 4:30 is when we checked the blockchain and realized the coins are missing. But during the process, throughout the process, even till around 4 p.m., we were told that the funds are coming and it should be there anytime now.
So when
in fact,
sorry.
Go on, Mr. Sazeni.
Sure. No, and as we wanted to actually go and say that, hey, Mr. Turner, can you please give us our cryptos back? It's also in one of the messages that I exchanged with Mohit, because we knew that probably we will not be able to get the money today, and at least let's take our coins back.
And you understood, didn't you, that it was open to you to tell HUOBI Global in China that this had happened, but you didn't do that, did you?
Well, my reporting was to Mohit and Sultan. My reporting was not to China, really. So I did what I thought was right. As soon as I identified that there is a problem, the first person I informed was Sultan. And I was directly reporting to him. So I think from my point of view, I did everything what I think was correct at that moment.
Can I ask you to turn up to -137, please?
I think I have to rely on the system.
Well,
yes, please.
Do you have 2-137?
Yes.
And can you look at point 15, please? It's right, isn't it, that HUOBI Global China has a safe monitoring system. You see that, or safety monitoring system.
Right.
And this is something that's put on behalf of HUOBI, the claimants. The claimants understand that HGST uses a system to identify and mark suspected cryptocurrency wallet addresses held on any BTC exchange, so that when BTC moves in or out of those wallets, the sums of the BTC and their onward destinations can be followed using specialist software. You see that there?
Correct.
So had this been reported immediately to HUOBI Global, they would have been able to identify and mark the cryptocurrency that had gone from the wallet.
Correct, but I hope Ahmed, you appreciate that there is a process and there is a protocol that you have to follow. And all I was doing was following the protocol to inform the person who I report to, number one. Number two is, in this case, HUOBI can mark coins. They wanted a court order or something. I mean, it's not as easy as how it appears to be, because you need to have a valid reason why you are marking coins as being stolen or fraud, etc., etc. So this is how the system works in the background. I think the first immediate step would be to inform the people who were involved in the trade. And as I informed Sultan, I think Kristen also informed internally about what has happened. Sorry.
And in the aftermath of the Bitcoin having gone, it's right, isn't it, that you, Mr. Devar, and Mr. Al-Ali would have had discussions about what happened and who should be responsible?
Well, yes, of course. You mean to say internally or in general?
Yes, between yourselves, in general.
Yes, it was agreed. It was not agreed, but yes, there were discussions about who should be responsible. So I was asked to prepare a report about the summary of exactly what happened.
And Mr. Al-Ali thought he was responsible, wasn't he? Because he was the person managing the trade.
Well, I don't know. I mean, personally, he never told me. Maybe it's a separate discussion he had with Mohit. But no, I'm not aware about whether he took the responsibility of the trade, of things going wrong, basically.
Can I ask you to turn to 9-112, please?
The system again. Sorry. Yeah.
If we go to 3:58 a.m., this is a discussion between Mr. Al-Ali and Mr. Devar.
Right.
And the last sentence there, in the worst case, I'm happy to step out and give up my share as compensation for the losses. I am responsible for that trade and they act on my instructions, but would have clear picture in the next few days. Did Mr. Al-Ali ever tell you that he felt responsible for the trade?
No, never.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ahmed.
My lord, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry, silly old me. There's to be cross-examination by the second defendants. Do you want 3 or 4 minutes to make sure that everything is all set for you to go, or are you ready to go straight away?
In the interest of time, we'd be ready to go straight away.
Very good. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Saxena. My name is Brian Kotick. I'm the counsel for the second defendant, Mr. Christian Turner. Just to get it out of the way, you said in your testimony earlier today that at all times you believe that Christian Turner was employed by TABARAK. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Kotick.
And you said that it was always he was always sending emails from his account, and the email had a signature block saying that he was the director of investment. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you always said that he was acting within the scope of authority of TABARAK and not acting in his personal capacity. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when he was discussing things like the commission on behalf of TABARAK, it was your testimony that this would be something that would be paid into TABARAK and TABARAK's bank account, right?
That's right.
And in fact, he negotiated a higher level of commission right before the transaction happened, that TABARAK would get 0.25% commission. Is that right?
That's correct.
So this would benefit TABARAK and not Mr. Turner personally.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I just want to go over a question I had in your CV, which was provided, and I don't need you to turn to it because it just says that you were employed at HUOBI Global instead of HUOBI MENA. Is that just a inconsistency with LinkedIn?
Well, yes, because, well, it's not an inconsistency, but the problem is if I put HUOBI MENA on my LinkedIn, nobody would understand who I work for. But HUOBI Global is a company. Generally, this is what you do. You put the global company as a company who you deal with. So that's the reason.
I see. And at HUOBI MENA, your title was General Manager?
That's correct.
Okay, so on LinkedIn, it says Executive Vice
EVP.
President.
Correct, because on the HUOBI MENA records, I was the general manager, but at HUOBI Global, I was represented as their EVP.
So you had two parallel titles with both companies?
Not of EVP was not officially done, but at a local level, I was working as a GM at HUOBI MENA level.
So you didn't have an employment contract with HUOBI Global?
No.
Okay. Did you have any contact with HUOBI Global, or was this always through Mr. Devar?
No, I had some people with whom I was dealing directly, mostly with the marketing team and the operations team.
I see. Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Sorry.
Now, as part of this role as general manager, you said that earlier in your testimony that you helped set up the core compliance functions to standardize the onboarding of clients. Is that right?
Right.
And because you would work directly with clients on OTC trades for cryptocurrency, right?
That's correct.
And part of that onboarding in the policies that you created, you said that that included AML checks.
Yeah, well, I didn't create the policies. It's the compliance department who created the policies, but I did review those policies.
Sorry. And did your HUOBI MENA's policy include showing proof of funds or any other?
It depends at times, as I said earlier, that there are certain documents which are a must, and that then there are certain documents which are not a must. Now, proof of funds, it's difficult for a crypto client to show us proof of funds in most cases. But if it's a general client, we would ask them, but it's not something because of which we will not proceed with a transaction. Main thing has to be the AML and the KYC checks on the client, which has to be clear.
And for those crypto clients, would, instead of proof of funds, would proof of coins be something that would be sufficient or something that you would ask for?
At times we would ask them for proof of coins, but again, as I said, it was never mandatory for us to obtain.
Okay. And just to go through your experience with cryptocurrency, I saw in your CV that you graduated from Oxford from a fintech program in blockchain in 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was that an executive MBA?
No, it was a short program at the University of Oxford from said business school. And this was not just about blockchain, but about the whole ecosystem, the fintech ecosystem. And cryptos was a part of the whole program that I studied because it had prop tech, which is related to property, and various other techs, which are now booming shortly. I mean, not shortly, but yes, which is.
Right. And then after, well, before you graduated, actually, you worked at BitPesa. Is that right?
That's
and
right.
That was for a payment startup from Kenya that specialized in Bitcoin cross-border remittances. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your experience with cryptocurrency, I'm sure it was not just academic, and I'm sure that you've actually worked with buying and selling of cryptocurrency yourself.
That's correct.
And you've actually, I'm sure you've used, in fact, we've seen evidence in this case of you using cryptocurrency wallets. Is that right?
Well, I personally use always exchange wallets because, as I said before, that there is a fair amount of technical expertise required to manage these wallets. So I prefer to leave my cryptos on the exchange wallets. At least earlier, this is what I used to do. That's how I started my crypto journey.
And is that the HUOBI wallet? Is that a exchange wallet?
It's an exchange wallet, yes, or it was an exchange wallet.
So if you're using an exchange wallet that you say you use, you've set up an exchange wallet before?
Yes.
And
I mean, as soon as you sign up with a crypto exchange, you get a wallet automatically. So you don't have to set up anything in that.
And are there mnemonic phrases that, or a seed recovery phrase for the HUOBI wallet?
Not really, because it's not a cold wallet, right? It's a wallet that's managed by the exchange. So you don't have to do the seeds, etc. All what you do is just sign up, you authenticate your account and get various 2FAs into place, ranging from SMS, email, and Google Authenticator. And that's a level of security which is different to the seed phrase.
But then when you lose your wallet, for example, you would need to have some sort of recovery phrase in order to show that you were the owner of the previous wallet.
So if you have an exchange wallet and imagine you have forgotten your password or you're not able to access, you have to take a picture with your ID. I mean, every company has a different policy and procedures, but you have to prove that you are the true owner of that exchange. I mean, of that account within the crypto exchange. But you don't need any seed phrase or anything. You need a registered mobile number and an email address.
Right, and that's to get your account set up. But if you lose your physical wallet and you have to then set up another account, or you'd be able to recover that with a new wallet?
If you have a physical wallet, like a cold wallet, like a Trezor or a Ledger, then you would need a seed. Yes.
Okay, so so you know the difference between a cold wallet and a hot wallet?
Yes.
And you know that a cold wallet is more secure than a hot wallet. Is that right? That's what you just said?
Correct. I mean,
and is that
everybody has a different level of expertise and how many cryptos you have exactly. So, but yes, of course, in comparison, it's comparatively more safer.
okay? And you say in your witness statement about scrolling, the process of scrolling between seed phrases, even though they're on a Trezor wallet device that you say that you do not have experience with. But you did know, and in fact probably did see how people scroll through a seed phrase, is that right?
That's right.
It's just a one-by-one click, and then after each click, you have to write it down.
Correct.
So it's quite obvious when someone moves on from one word to the next word, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Can I just check, what word are you saying? A seed phrase?
Yes.
S-E-E-D?
Yeah, S-E-E-D space and then phrase, P-H-R-A-S-E.
That makes more sense. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. So now, just to kind of create the scene of when you were introduced to Mr. Morozov, you state that you were introduced to him in December 19th through Rudolph, is that right?
I think it was Mr. Alali who was introduced to Evgeny in December.
So you had not met Evgeny. When did you meet Mr. Morozov?
I think around sometime in January.
Okay. And Mr. Alali has said that he had worked, or perhaps you as well, worked with Mr. Morozov on 2 to 3 transactions, or with Rudolph, excuse me, on 2 to 3 transactions before the transaction on 3rd of February, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's correct, but it's not Rudolph who would bring us the client. I mean, his job was only to introduce the client to us, but he would not take cryptos into his wallet. You could think about him as a commission agent.
Of course, so he was the intermediary making introductions to other clients like Mr. Morozov.
That's correct.
And when he made that introduction, did he introduce Mr. Morozov as a representative of the Navarcon Bank?
Well, again, as I said, I don't know because that was the initial meeting that Mr. Alali had with them, and I was not a part of those meetings, so I can't comment on this, sorry.
But were you a part of, or did you oversee the due diligence done on Mr. Morozov?
It was a compliance team internally at HUOBI. Mr. Ismail Sahib, he did the due diligence on him.
And did you review this due diligence?
Not really. I mean, I looked at the records, not just with him, but with all the clients. I would always look at the records. So the short answer is yes, after it was done.
So this due diligence was for the purpose of onboarding Mr. Morozov clients, is that right?
Well, we wanted to just understand who are the people involved in the whole trade. And it was specifically, I think for this transaction, it was done sometime in January, if I correctly remember, but never with an intention that we would want to onboard him directly with us.
So your due diligence procedures was just to find out a bit more about Mr. Morozov?
Correct. But our main and our major due diligence with the complete documentation was with TABARAK.
And so you did not do any due diligence on Navarcon, the bank that supposedly Mr. Morozov was connected to?
We had nothing about them, like we had no information about them. Only TABARAK had the complete details about them. And they were the ones who were actually dealing with Navarcon, not us.
Right. And so you never checked any bank statements or balance sheets for Navarcon or Mr. Morozov?
No.
You never saw any bank accounts in Germany, for example, or in Bulgaria?
I can't remember, no.
Okay. And you were aware that they held certain funds, for example, 50 million euros, you state in a message, or that was discussed between Mr. Al-Ali and Mr. Davar on the 29th of January.
Right. But I'm aware about it because Christian also mentioned a few times that these guys hold funds in UAE and in Europe. But I never saw those funds.
Okay. And did you do any due diligence on Rudolph, since you were having a lot of interactions with him as an intermediary?
No, never. I mean, we did not see a reason why we should run a due diligence on Rudolph, because he would just take his commissions and introduce the clients to us, and he would deal mostly with the clients and take commissions from them. He would just tell us a price. We would deal with the clients and deal with them, but never did we see a need as to why should we be doing a due diligence on Rudolph, especially because of the fact like he was never sending us the funds, nor he ever received any funds from our bank accounts.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the months leading up to the transaction, so now we're in November to December 2019, HUOBI OTC, which is now we're saying HUOBI MENA, had very few OTC transactions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were in charge of setting up the monthly KPIs for the company, is that right?
For the teams, yes.
And this means key performance indicators.
Correct.
So that you could track the company's progress towards certain goals.
Right.
And HUOBI MENA had KPIs related to OTC transactions specifically, is that right?
That's correct.
And in November, Mr. Davar reported that HUOBI virtually hit none of its KPIs.
Okay.
And
okay, sorry, please.
No, you may answer.
No, I mean, if there is a message that I can look at, is it in any of the WhatsApp messages? Just to see the context, please.
Of course. Did you receive, we can do this two ways. I have prepared a bundle of exhibits for you, or I can take you to the original reference. What do you think would be easier?
I think original would be anything that I can find easily, but I would say original would be great.
Okay.
If it's there on the system, please.
Yeah, I'll take you to 9-5 first.
My lord, we are coming up to our more substantive break. If Mr. Kotek is changing his questioning, his line of questioning, I wonder whether that would be appropriate.
That's fine for me, Your Honor.
Fine for you. Very good. Now this is a half-hour break, so we shall resume at 14 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I just say to the witness, when we have an adjournment like this, you mustn't talk to anybody about the case at all. No aspect of the case must be discussed with anyone whatsoever until your evidence is complete. So all cross-examination and re-examination is finished. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. 30 minutes, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we all on deck?
Yes.
The witness is there,
Yes.
and Mr. Coates is
Yes.
there, Mr. Stewart, and I see Ahmed. Good. Well, please continue, Mr. Kotick.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Saxena, welcome back. What we were talking about before the break were the KPIs that were discussed between yourself and Mr. Devar in December 2019. You asked me to take you to a WhatsApp message, so I'm going to take you to 25-71, which I think can be brought up to you by CRS.
Yes, please. Sorry, just 1 second, please.
No problem.
9-2, is it?
No, 25-71.
Okay, so let me just check again. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the screen to load.
No problem.
Yes, 25-71.
And you see the first message there is on December 5th from Mr. Devar, is that right?
About the OTC income, right?
Right. So he says,
Right.
so our entire OTC income for the month was $1,000.
Right.
And then you respond, I know it's very low. We onboarded over 5 clients for the OTC business, but due to some other issues, it did not stick. And then if we go down to the last excerpted message for 9-5, it says from Mr. Devar at 6:32 p.m. Yes, but November we hit no KPIs virtually. Sorry to be a pain, but the team has to start delivering. We are operating for over a year now. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, I can comment on the OTC business, to be very fair, because that is something that was taking a lot of my time. Now, we have to understand that this is not a business that we can simply do because we want to do. It has to be somebody who should agree to your process. And unfortunately, at that point in time, we did not have a UAE bank account. Therefore, it was very difficult for us to ask the clients to deposit money into our US bank account. And this is the problem what we thought TABARAK would possibly solve, because our major issue was not clients. We had a good portfolio of clients with us, but the problem was, how do we take deposits into our accounts?
Right, that was your main interest in TABARAK, that they would be kind of their UAE proxy bank account, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, leading up to the transaction, so you say that you were focusing more on OTC transactions, right, in December and January 2020?
That's correct.
But there were still issues with revenue for HUOBI MENA, and Mr. Devar said that he would have to consider cutting significant costs in order to break even, like marketing expenses. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think so. That's right.
And he said that he may have to consider firing some employees. Do you remember that?
Possibly, yes, but if you have a message, if I can look at the message, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, I can take you to 25-92.
Yes, please.
And the second message there is from Mr. DeVar. This is the 23rd of January. It says, at the end of this month, if we have not closed significant deals, we need to cut some costs. Possible areas, marketing further / one marketing resource / Vishal / Balaji / Parul. And also some resources in Turkey. Do you remember that?
Right. Yes, I do.
Did you know that after the transaction as well, Mr. DeVar also still considered cutting more costs from the company? So after the 3rd of February 2020, he still considered cutting more costs.
I can't remember after this, but yes, there were several discussions about cutting cost.
Okay. And did you know that on 19th February, Mr. DeVar discussed with Mr. Al-Ali about finding a replacement for you as their new OTC person?
I'm not too sure about it, but it's possible. I mean, every company runs on revenue, and it was evident that our OTC desk under my supervision was not able to generate the revenues that Mr. Davar and Mr. Al-Ali were expecting. So it's possible, and every business has to think whatever is best for their business interest, really.
And so this probably wasn't something that was your fault, as you say. It was probably something to do with the market and people agreeing to certain procedures for OTC transactions.
That's right.
In fact, on the 3rd of February, Ms. Ahmed pointed you to a statement where Mr. Al-Ali took responsibility for that day. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think you're referring to the messages that Mr. Davar and Mr. Al-Ali were exchanging. Is that correct?
That he would forego his commission because he would take responsibility because he agreed to the terms of the transaction.
I think his shares, he's referring to not his commission, but his shares, I think.
His shares, right. Excuse me. And you also had a conversation with Mr. DeVar after that transaction, and I'd like to take you to page 25-75.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that in front of you?
Not at the moment. I think the page is loading. Yes, please.
Okay, so this is an excerpt from 9-35 and 9-36. And 9-36, the second to last message, or we can go up one more message from Mr. DeVar, where he says, I thought we were not going to do the deal until TABARAK had clear funds in their account in UAE. And you respond, this was my understanding too. Initially, they said the money will be paid straight away, but later, after the coin transfers, they said the wire will be done by 2 to 2:30. Sultan was with us throughout. He agreed to the process.
Right.
So you informed Mr. DeVar that Sultan was agreeing to the process of coins being transferred before money was transferred.
I mean, there were two things, and we have to understand why Sultan came to this conclusion that it's okay for us to transfer the coins, really. And it was predominantly Christian who was giving us that comfort, as I told Ms. Ahmed as well. And the assurances that the coins are going to be safe, the wallet is going to be in their safe custody, etc. And this is what led for us to believe that it's all going to be okay. But
I think it's precise that we discuss. I think it's we have to be precise about what these assurances were. I believe in your witness statement, you said that Mr. Turner said, and this is on 27-59, this is paragraph 36 of your second witness statement, whichever one you have in front of you. Paragraph 36 of your second witness statement. You said Mr. Turner said we should not worry about the BTCs in the wallet. So this is what you're referring to, isn't it?
That's right.
And he said that the wallet will be in their safe and that no one has access to the safe other than him and Dr. Ahmadi. And we thus understood that the buyer would not have access to the wallet in any way and that our BTCs would be safe with TABARAK. So the safety and the assurances that you're referring to are the fact that the wallet would be in the safe in Tabarak's custody in the office of Dr. Ahmadi.
Correct.
Okay, so there were no assurances about the security of a Trezor wallet. There were no assurances about remote access or anything to do with the technicality, but it was more about the physical safety of the physical wallet.
That's correct.
Okay.
And sorry, Mr. Karthik, and when we say that the BTZs are going to be safe, it is well understood that at the end of the day, it's like we don't want just the physical wallets to be safe, but actually the Bitcoins in those wallets to be safe.
And the safety of the Bitcoins in the wallet is not dictated by Mr. Turner, but is dictated by this password and PIN setup and seed recovery phrases. Is that right?
Correct. Basically, it's the person who has set up the wallet, or the parties who have set up the wallet. It's with them because they were the only ones who had access to these seeds.
And right, the buyer initially objected to the fact that Tabarak would have all 12 words of the seed phrases. Do you remember that?
I think so, yes.
And that's why they agreed to split up the seed phrases.
That's correct.
Now, there was a bit of confusion in some of your testimony earlier today about the setup of the wallet, and you say this is who basically has aids in the safety of the wallet. You said on page 33, lines 11 to 14, that the buyer set up the wallet. I'm just referring to the transcript now that you won't have in hard copy.
Okay. Okay.
But you can clear this up for me. I'm just noting it for the record.
Sure.
Page 77, line 21 to 24, you said that the wallet was actually set up jointly between the buyer and Mr. Turner. And then on page 78, from line 16 to 18, you say that Christian set up the wallet. So I believe what you want to say is that there were maybe two parts of the setup, and the buyer executed one part and Mr. Turner executed another part.
I mean, let me tell you the chronology as to both the statements are correct, but the chronology, as I explained before, was the buyer took out these wallets and they said they want to receive cryptos in that specific wallet. But I said that they cannot take cryptos into this wallet because it belongs to them. And I said it has to be Mr. Christian who should set up the wallet. And then probably, I think from the buyer side, they said that it's the same thing, that we need some level of comfort as well while setting up these wallets. And this is the reason why the buyers, the choice was given to HUOBI as well, if we would want to set up the wallets. But of course, again, I'm referring to the point, like we were not the custodians. And of course, that's why we had a company with proper licenses and regulations to take control of those wallets. And that's why we asked Mr. Turner that he should go and set it up. After that, it was completely his call whether he wanted to set up the wallet by himself or he would involve the other buyers to set up the wallet jointly.
So when you say that the wallet was set up jointly, what you're referring to is that the seed phrase was split between Tabarak and the buyer.
That's right.
Okay, that's clear now. Now, perhaps let's just stay on the topic of the transaction for now so we can kind of get this through. You say in your witness statement that it was your expectation going into the transaction on the 3rd of February that basically it would follow the structure of the third deal structure. Do you remember that?
Yes, basically what I remembered, the structure was very clear, wherein we said that Tabarak is going to keep the coins and they have already cited the funds with the UAE bank, with the local bank, and the buyer had funds with them.
Well, let's actually refer to what you had said about the third deal structure. This is 6-46. This is your first witness statement, paragraph 45.
Yep.
And you say that the buyer would place funds with a bank in Europe. And Mr. Turner indicated that Tabarak already had verified that the buyer held 15 million dirhams in funds with 3 major banks in the UAE. But no money was with Tabarak, is that right? According to this
Correct.
first point? Right.
Yes. But
And
the
then,
third deal structure, sorry, the third deal structure actually came from Mr. Turner. It was not from me.
but this third deal structure was agreed and as discussed between the two parties, correct?
Correct. Now, I don't remember whether I was a part of this meeting or not, but it doesn't say my name. It says following discussions with Mr. Ali, Mr. Turner, and the buyer.
Right. So HUOBI was involved, whether it was you or Mr. Al-Ali.
Correct. But yeah, I'm just referring to my involvement with the process. Sorry.
I understand, but you wrote it in your witness statement, so we'll just follow what you wrote.
Yeah. Sure.
Then part B, which would be the next step, HUOBI would verify that it holds 500 Bitcoins by sending a small amount to Tabarak's Bitcoin wallet, namely 0.00125 by way of a proof of coins. Then the third step would be Tabarak would return the small amount of Bitcoin back to the HUOBI's Bitcoin wallet. So at this point, there are no coins being held by Tabarak. Then the buyer would transfer the dirham equivalent of 500 Bitcoins to HUOBI's account held with Tabarak, and the price of that Bitcoin would be fixed. So according to the third deal structure, which is your expectations going into the 3rd of February, you would send a proof of coins, the coins would come back to you, then the money would be sent, and then the coins would be sent. Is that correct?
Correct. That's right. However, Mr. Kotick, let me just re-qualify my statement by saying that when we were there, I exactly don't remember what happened, but it was well understood that HUOBI had 300 coins. So this is why we did not have to go through that process of transferring cryptos first, and I mean a test amount, a POC first, and then taking the cryptos back into our wallet, because all the parties were present at the room. And if you remember, on 30th of January, when we did try to do the first transaction, we did demonstrate that we were holding 200 Bitcoins. And by 3rd of February, I would say that the parties also had confidence in HUOBI that we would be able to come and actually do the deal and not waste anybody's time.
Mr. Saxena, on the first attempted transaction on the 30th of January, it wasn't 300 Bitcoins, it was 200 Bitcoins,
200,
correct?
yes.
And you did not have 200 Bitcoins on the 30th of January. And you did not provide a proof of coins on the 30th of January.
No, we did not provide, but also we were not for this specific deal, but previously, I can't remember when, but we had sent some test transactions as well through another wallet to show that we held coins, but it was on the group wallet, by the way. But
right.
On 30th, if I correctly remember, we had funds in our US bank account, and what we had decided at that point in time was we would borrow, because we had USDT and BTCs. So what we thought is we would use the BTCs as it is from our wallet and convert some dollar money and buy some cryptocurrency. So this is why we were sorted internally. At least we were sure if we go ahead with the deal, we would have the coins with us. The reason why we did not buy the coins in advance is because there is always a big risk of buying the coins and what happens if the price goes up or goes down.
Right.
I hope this clarifies. Yeah.
Of course. But regardless of the proof of coins, we understand that you didn't provide that. But the next step in the third deal transaction was that the buyer would then transfer funds into Tabarak's bank account. Isn't that right?
Yes,
on
that's
paragraph
right.
45D. Okay, so now we are in the conference room on the day of the transaction, and the buyer brings 2 devices, one being his own Trezor wallet. Is that correct? And this isn't the first time that you knew that the buyer was going to have a Trezor wallet, because on the 30th of January, the day of the first attempted transaction, he didn't show up, or he showed up late because he was out buying a Trezor wallet.
That's right. So, I mean, we were hoping them, the buyers to get the wallet with them on 3rd of February. but we knew that they're going to get the wallets because, as you rightly said, on 30th we couldn't do the deal because the buyer couldn't come on time with the Trezor wallet.
Okay, so you knew that the buyer was going to bring a wallet on the 3rd of February.
Yeah, but the idea was that they will buy the cryptos and then they will take the cryptos, what they have bought from us, to their wallet, and they will take it back with them.
Right. Then you state that Mr. Turner, you objected first that the buyer would set up the wallet, and so Mr. Turner set up the wallet. And so did you agree to this, or was this Mr. Al-Ali who agreed? I guess
It
you
was
weren't.
jointly, yeah, I think it was jointly agreed, but we took permission from Sultan if that was okay.
Right, and then the parties agreed to use the 12-word seed phrase, and that, I guess you took instructions from Mr. Al-Ali as well.
Instructions for what, sorry?
To use a 12-word seed phrase, because as you know, there's options on how many words you can use.
Well, no, I did not take instructions from anybody. Neither I think Sultan gave any instructions whether they should use 12 or 24 words. It was done jointly between Christian and the buyer.
But no one objected to the use of the 12-word seed phrase.
We didn't say anything, as I said. We had no idea what pin are they using, what seed words are they using, because in our opinion, it was Christian, it was TABARAK who was managing the trade on our behalf, and we were transferring the coins to TABARAK.
Okay. Then the process came up and the buyer suggested that the coins would be transferred first, and then the funds would be transferred after. And we just read that the third deal structure did not explain this type of process. So this is contrary to what you had agreed before. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Kartik. But also we have to appreciate the fact, crypto is a business where things keep, and especially with this deal, a lot of things kept changing all the time, right from the quantity to the process to the way how coins will move, etc., etc. We all know now, unfortunately. But yes, it did change.
And you state in your witness statement that there's some alternatives that could have happened for the transaction, like showing proof of funds and then having the funds transferred. That's on paragraph 72 of your first witness statement. But Mr. I can take you there.
Yeah, I'm there actually. 72, right?
So 6-51. Then you write on the 4th line down, looking back now,
yeah,
it is clear that Mr. Turner and TABARAK should have retained the wallet and not allowed Alexei and the buyer to see the seed phrase at all. A quote, proof of coins could still have been carried out to allow the buyer to see what was in the escrow wallet without the buyer having any control of the wallet. So
that's
Mr.
correct.
Al-Ali did not propose this alternative, correct?
No, because also we have to be fair to Mr. Al-Ali that he's also not, he's not a tech, like he doesn't understand how the wallet technology works really. And this is why, other than this deal, I mean, we turned over quite a lot of volumes on the OTC desk at some point in time before this deal, but never did any one of us ever use a Trezor or a Ledger or any cold wallet for any of the OTC transactions.
Can we discuss, I mean, you talk about how technical this is, these cold wallets, but what are you saying is so complicated about the use of a cold wallet, besides the fact that you just have to plug it into your computer?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, so there is a bit of common sense and a bit of basic understanding is required. You have to follow the instructions on the screen. It's not something you need to know anything on the tech part. You should know how to download softwares on your device. Mostly it's a laptop that's used in most cases. And of course, you should know how to plug in your device and then simply follow the instructions really.
Right, so the technicalities of a cold Trezor wallet is that you need to know how to plug a USB into your computer, and then you need to know how to follow instructions on the screen.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, then you received, so we're still in the transaction, you received the buyer's wallet address, right, via a WhatsApp message.
Right.
And then you transferred the coins. And then you said that at around 11:50, the parties started negotiating a price.
That's
for
right.
those
I
coins.
think around that time, yes.
And you proposed the purchase price for those coins, and that's the trade details chart that Ms. Ahmed took you to earlier.
I didn't propose. Basically, what happened is my colleague Sushant, he was dealing with the liquidity provider in parallel. So we were sitting together, like next to each other, and he was taking the liquidity from the LPs and liquidity providers, and we were simply communicating the rates to them.
Okay, but then rates were set at some point.
Yes, we told them a price, and they said yes to the price, and that's how the rates were set.
So at this point, the coins are in the buyer's Trezor wallet, and the wallet is in Dr. Ahmadi's safe in his office.
No, not really. At this point in time, I think we did 100 coins first and then another 200 coins, if I correctly remember. So we gave them a quote. All the 300 coins were with us at all throughout the process. And first we give a quote for 100 coins. When the when the buyer side accepted the price, we simply then transferred the coins to the wallet address. And simultaneously, once this was done, then we did the 200 coins, same way. We had the coins in our wallet, we gave them the price, they accepted the price, and then we transferred the funds.
Okay, so you had agreed on price and the transfer process at that point.
At that point, yes.
And then, so at one point, all 300 coins are in the buyer's Trezor wallet. Is that correct?
Oh, Tabarak's wallet, not buyer's wallet, but the wallet that was set up by Tabarak in that wallet.
It was not Tabarak's wallet. It was the buyer's wallet that he had brought to the transaction.
I think we'll keep saying the things that we have to say, but in our opinion, it was Tabarak's wallet because it was being set up by Christian, took the lead and set up the wallet. So I would refer to that wallet as Tabarak's wallet that was set up by Christian, who represented Tabarak.
But then you said that the reason why you thought they brought their wallet is that so they could quickly take it away when the transaction was over. So
once the transaction is over, yes.
Right. So the owner of the wallet is the buyer. Configured. No.
Well, that's between, no, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this. That's between Tabarak and the buyers to agree whose wallet. And I think, sorry, if I can throw a little more light on it. And I think the reason why they also had the second wallet is because they said, it's not there in my witness statement, but of course, you know, when you go through these sessions, you also refresh a lot of other things that happened that day. I think also the intention was once the payment has been made to HUOBI, and this will sound logical as well to you, then Tabarak will actually will transfer the coins from this wallet, which was set up by Christian, to the new wallet that would be set up by the buyer. And simply the coins would go there and they would carry that wallet and not this wallet, because in this wallet, Christian knew the 6 seeds as well.
Okay, so the statement in your witness statement that you thought that they brought their wallet so that they could take the Bitcoin away with them immediately. Now there's 2 wallets, and that's why you're explaining these 2 wallets.
Yeah.
But they would only take one of the 2 wallets away.
They would take one of the 2 wallets away.
Okay. So you say, okay, so at this point, I think we can agree that the wallet, whoever it is in Tabarak's safe in Dr. Ahmadi's office. Is that right?
Yes, Tabarak's wallet.
I just have a question. If you buy a computer, Mr. Saxena, and you go to the Apple Store and the Apple Store sets up your computer for you, does it become the Apple Store's computer?
Well, it depends who puts their password at the end of the day. If Apple puts their password and their email address, it's still theirs effectively. But if I buy a computer and I put my own username and password, then it's mine.
So you would be happy to buy a computer, spend about $1,000, and then give it to Apple and have them take it away because they put their password in it?
Well, I think we are discussing two different scenarios here. We are discussing a product which is related to financial services, and a very important subject in the whole conversation is custody, and versus a laptop that we are. Sorry, this is my understanding, and you can correct me if I am not able to answer your question. But
no, you made a very clear indication on whose wallet it was, and it seems that you have an understanding on how possession and ownership transfer. So I just wanted to get clarity on what your position on that is. Can we talk about the difference between an escrow and a custody? Because I think those were used interchangeably earlier today, and I just want to get some clarity on these terms. Did you think Tabarak was acting as a custodian or an escrow agent?
I think they were acting as, not I think, but they were acting as a custody provider.
Okay, and what is, in your opinion, what is the difference between an escrow agent and a custodian?
I think they're very similar to each other. If somebody is escrow, they escrow your funds is basically they release your funds after a certain condition has been met. That's what my understanding is.
And a custodian?
A custodian is somebody who, as I explained before, they take complete control over your assets or any product or services that you want to render. Effectively, it's a match between two parties, a buyer and a seller. And when they are unable to reach to a conclusion, they use a custodian provider who they both can trust. And one party leaves their funds with them, and the other party leaves their assets with them, and they rely on them for taking care of their belongings.
And so you would agree that would, sorry, you would agree that that would usually entail a fee to be paid to be a custodian, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you work on the EMAR transaction of 2019 with HUOBI? You were with HUOBI at the time, but it was the transaction that Mr. Al-Ali discussed in his witness statement about the transfer of several hundred Bitcoin to finance a real estate project?
Okay, yes, that's right. I mean, I was on holidays that time. I was on my vacation that time, but I mean, if you have any specific question on this.
Well, so HUOBI was basically, the client transferred Bitcoin into HUOBI's electronic wallet and stored that Bitcoin. Is that correct?
He just created a wallet basically on HUOBI.
And then HUOBI would select one of its liquidators to then exchange those Bitcoin for fiat currency. Is that correct?
So yeah, what you said is correct, but we wouldn't choose because we already had approved liquidity providers, and we would go with our offer to different liquidity providers and ask them for a price at which they would buy. Who would offer us the best price, we would sell it to them. But in our case, we use a specific company to liquidate those assets to fiat money.
Right, but at some point you had your client's Bitcoins in your wallet, is that correct?
Yes, when the client wants to do a deal with us, we would ask the client to transfer cryptos from their wallet to our crypto wallet.
So you were a custodian. Were you a custodian in that transaction?
We are not a custodian because what we are simply doing is we are liquidating their assets, their crypto assets to fiat money, and it's all done simultaneously.
Okay, so that was basically your expectation in the 3rd February transaction, correct? That the coins would become fiat currency almost simultaneously.
Our expectation was as and when the funds are released to us, only at that point in time would the buyers will get access to the crypto wallet.
But you expected this to be simultaneously, correct?
Ideally, yes, but as soon as the transfer, but at the end of what happened, I think also on that day is they said between an hour or two, the European banks will open up and they will have to make some transfer within Europe. And the client already had funds here ready in the UAE, which will come to Tabarak's bank account.
They already had funds? Right, exactly. Okay. If we take you to the addendum, which is 25-122.
Is there any other reference number, sorry?
Yes, well, it's 8606 in the original bundle, or 25-122, whichever one you want.
Yes, I have it with me.
So this was the addendum to the asset management and account opening agreement. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this was to give a more detailed understanding of the charges that would be charged, not only in relation to the transaction, but the general relationship between HUOBI and Tabarak. Is that right?
That's right.
And although it was never signed, and it was just because some of the terms had to be negotiated after this addendum was sent. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we look at these listed bullet points about what needed to be negotiated, we were discussing earlier about the commission being 0.25%. So does that mean we're looking at the first bullet point at 0.35%?
That's right.
Okay, so as relates to this transaction, we have the account opening fee, which it was the $25,000 US, and then we have bullet point 1 as the commission for this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that refers to bullet point 1, which is regular transfer service.
The regular transfer service at 0.35.
Right.
But I can't see the account opening fee here, sorry.
Well, the account opening fee is part of the general agreement.
Yep.
Right. Which is on 8-362, but we're really just looking at the fees because those were an open negotiation up until the time of the transaction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Now after, sorry, just one second. Okay, so after the transaction, you, at approximately 2 p.m., you, Mr. Morozov, Mr. Nahak, Mr. Turner, and Ms. Zavialova went out for lunch. Is that correct?
That's right.
And after you transferred the Bitcoins to the buyer's wallet or to the wallet, you exchanged some messages with Mr. Devar while you were waiting for the funds to be transferred.
That's correct.
And that's when Mr. Devar, and I took you to these messages before, explained his curiosity as to why you agreed to transfer the coins before the funds had been received, correct? Because he had expected the funds to already be in the account with Tabarak. Is that
yes,
right?
I mean, that's right.
And then after a certain period of time, the buyer asked you or insisted to check the blockchain to make sure that the coins were still there. Is that right?
No, he didn't say if it's still there or not. He said, would you mind checking the blockchain urgently, please?
So you know if someone were to ask you to check the status of a transaction, how to log in and check the blockchain?
I didn't know. I asked my colleague Sushant to please do it for me.
So you do not know how to do that yourself?
I know, yes, I know myself. But since he was with me, I said, Sushant, can you please have a look at the blockchain and look at the transaction, please, with the hash? Okay.
Can you turn to page 25-76, which is 9-37 in the original bundle?
Okay, I think I'll have to check there. Yes, please. 25-76.
25-76.
Mm-hmm.
You there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, great. If you go down to about the middle of the page, which is 11:50 a.m., you have a message from Mr. DeBar saying, "What's the delay in getting the money?" And then you respond something related to a different message. Yes, plus we will have to pay a different to jump trading between buy and sell trades, correct?
Sorry, if the team can go slightly, yes. 11:50. This we.
What's the delay in getting the money?
Yes, yes.
And then Mr. DeBar asks at 1:43 p.m., but how can they transfer offline, excuse me.
Offline.
And you respond, it's possible. If the other guy got the seed words, it's possible to recover offline.
Yes.
So you knew at 1:44 p.m., which perhaps this is London time, so it's about 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Yeah.
You knew that it was possible to access the seed words offline.
This is one of the possibilities, right? There can be several possibilities. The possibility could also be if somebody knows your PIN. Now, we did not know whether they secured the wallet with the PIN or not, or what additional steps of security did they use. But Mr. Davar asked me a question, and I said, it's it's common sense in this in a way that I'm not saying that. So basically, if you have a wallet and you give your seeds to someone, of course, that's the only way. But we don't know what exactly caused the coins to move out of from our wallets.
Right, of course, and it's still a mystery. But you knew that the possibility existed at the time.
Yeah, it's one out of many possibilities I described. Yes.
Okay, and then if you go to the next page, which is 2577, or in the original bundle, 9-38. Are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry, trying to look at the screen. Yes.
So at 1:45 p.m., you say it's between them to sort out, which I assume is Tabarak and the buyer. They should either give us the money or the coins.
Right.
And then a few messages down, you say, it's definitely the Russian guy who came here. Then Mr. DeBar says, but he wouldn't do it alone. Why is he not coming back? And I presume that he is Alexei Sochin, correct?
Yes.
And then you say 2 messages down, Evgeny is calling him, acting very stupid, have told him that this guy has to be here, which I presume is Alexei Sochin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you move down to the last message on 9-38, it says, they are questioning Afghani. And then Mr. DeBar responds, he is definitely involved. And then you say, for sure, he was the only one who said check the blockchain when we were pressuring him to pay. So at your impression at that moment, it was actually the Russians, in this case, Evgeny Morozov and Alexei Sochin, who were responsible for this theft.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. Again, one out of many possibilities. What could have gone, like, we don't know exactly what exactly went wrong, but I've shared my opinion about a possibility that could have existed here.
And can we go to 25-76, which in the original bundle is 9-37?
Okay, sorry, I think we'll have to do it here. It's a WhatsApp message, I suppose.
It's a WhatsApp message, and it's the last one on 9-37 or 25-76.
Sure, I'm just waiting for the screen to refresh.
Nope.
Sorry, what is this the message from outside we have made?
Exactly. So you respond from outside, we have made Tabarak accountable for this. So it was your impression that it was actually Evgeny and Alexei who had stolen the coins, but, quote, from the outside, end quote, we have made Tabarak accountable for this.
I'm just trying to, sorry, if may I please read the previous messages as well, like just to understand the context here.
Of course. So I suggest going to 9-37.
Yeah.
And are you at that page?
Yeah, I'm there on this page.
Would you like a moment to review the messages, or do you want me to read them, the relevant ones?
No, I can read. I think it says from outside we have made Tabarak. I really don't remember why would I say from outside. What's the purpose of saying it? But it was quite evident that the wallet was with Tabarak. I think it's there in my conversations as well. Very clearly with Mohit that it's a matter between Tabarak and the buyers to sort out. And from our side, we have done everything right.
No, you state in your witness statement that also Dr. Ahmadi took responsibility for this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But it was clear to you, and what we've really discussed at length here, that it was actually a procedure that you or Mr. Al-Ali had finally agreed between HUOBI and the buyer.
Right. We could have agreed, you mean outside by not dealing with Tabarak, right?
No, the procedure of the transaction on the 3rd of February was a procedure that was agreed between HUOBI and the buyer.
It was HUOBI, the buyer, and Tabarak, who played a very active role in devising the whole process. And as I said before, all the previous emails, all the processes actually came from Christian, so which means he was clearly was the one who was playing a very, very active role in devising the whole process.
But Mr. Saxena, you said that the last email that Mr. Turner sent to set out the proposal for the transaction was the 3rd deal structure, and that at the time of the transaction, that had been diverted from.
Because also, Mr. Kotik, if you see in that email, the quantity of Bitcoins is completely different to the quantity of Bitcoin we wanted to trade on 30th of January versus the quantity of Bitcoins we wanted to trade on 3rd of January. So, as I said before, the process, the number of coins always kept changing.
So basically, the deal structures before the 3rd of February, we can just call them irrelevant because a lot of stuff was agreed after that. Is that right?
A part of it was correct. A part of the deal structure was correct. And a part, of course, made no sense for us to implement on 3rd of February.
Well, from what I see, what has changed from the 3rd deal structure is there was no proof of coins. The coins were sent before the funds. There was a different amount of coins. So there's quite material issues with the 3rd deal structure that did not arise on the 3rd of February transaction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying the same thing because a lot of things kept changing. And it's not just, as I said, it's not just the 3rd deal structure and the deal on 3rd of February, but also the other deals in those 10 days that we were trying to close. It was very different in terms of transfers, how the money would come. But one thing was constant throughout. One was custody was constant throughout. Tabarak's role, which I mean was constant throughout. Tabarak having onboarded the clients was constant throughout. It was constant throughout that they have cited the funds.
Okay, let's go through these constants. You say that it was constant that Tabarak would be the custodian. Now, in all of the messages that Mr. Turner had sent to you before the 3rd of February, he said use of Tabarak's wallet and even sent you an address of Tabarak's wallet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is not a wallet that was bought by Mr. Morozov that Mr. Turner set up. This is a wallet bought by Tabarak and set up by Tabarak. Is that correct?
That's right. I don't know who did set up the wallet, You mean the wallet with from where we did the 2 transactions, right? 2 test transactions.
Exactly. He sent the right.
Okay. Now I don't know who originally set up the wallet, but of course, Mr. Turner had complete access to the wallet, as far as I know.
Can I take you to page 25-124 or 8-422?
8- Yes.
So this is an email from Mr. Turner to you and Mr. Al-Ali on the 19th of January, which is the same day of the 3rd deal transaction, copying Dr. Ahmadi and copying Abdul Qadir Khan. And it says, as requested and discussed and mutually agreed, we herewith are sending the new wallet address for the HUOBI Yeni Digital Asset Service. Please use from today on always only this wallet. And then he gives you an exact address, and then he says, we are looking forward to receiving the full details of the seller and will open a transaction account for him and also a Trezor wallet address for all of his transactions with us. So we have a Trezor wallet that Mr. Turner had and that he had sent you for this transaction, and he said, only use this wallet. Is that right?
Correct. That's right.
So then on the day of the transaction, there's a new wallet. So we can't really say that it was consistent. Or
no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying as I said before, the wallet was the address or the wallet that we would be using was not constant, but there are other constants that I described 2 minutes ago. And even Mr. Turner was the one actually who convinced us to use the other wallet address. And by the way, that wallet address, the new wallet address also came from Mr. Turner in the WhatsApp messages. If you follow the trail mail on 3rd of February, Mr. Turner clearly said that he didn't say instead of sending coins to this wallet, which you're referring to in 8422, he said transfer the coins to this wallet. So
and what wallet was that?
That was the wallet that that TABARAK had set up jointly with the buyers.
Before the buyer came to the offices on the 3rd of February, you're saying that Mr. Turner sent a wallet address?
Right.
I mean, I don't know how it would be possible for someone to send a wallet address of a device that had not even been opened yet.
No, after the device was set up, only then can he share, right?
Okay, so it wasn't before the transaction, it was during the transaction.
Well, we would have to get the wallet address before the transaction, right? Only then can we transfer coins to that wallet.
Right,
so,
but once you're actually in the room,
yes,
at Tabarak's office, and the device is open, Mr. Turner sets it up, you agree to that, you agree to sending the coins to that wallet, and he sends you the address.
Yes.
Okay, so that we needed to just clear that up because he did not send you the address before. That would be an impossibility. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Kotick, let me just clarify. The only way we could have sent Bitcoins from our HUOBI account to this wallet that we are referring to, from where the coins vanished or were stolen, was the address that was shared by Mr. Turner at the time of the transaction. Only then we could have actually sent the cryptos from our wallet to that address, right? I'm just clarifying.
Of course, and you had sent those coins to that wallet without any objection, which is why they arrived safely in the wallet.
Yeah, because objections were raised before, and once the objections were clearly settled by Mr. Turner, we did agree to send the coins to that address.
And those objections were clearly settled by Mr. Turner to the satisfaction of Mr. Al-Ali, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why he agreed to proceed with the transaction.
Right.
Okay, now I just want to discuss that this is not the first time that you have sent coins to the buyer's own wallet and not that the buyer himself had set up. And if you remember this, the first time that you tried to do it was for the proof of coins.
Sorry, I'm not clear with the question. Sorry.
So do you remember the attempted proof of coins that you tried to conduct directly with the buyer?
That's right.
And at this point in time, Mr. Turner was out of town. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
That's also correct.
And Mr. Turner still sent the address of Tabarak's wallet in order to execute this proof of coins. Maybe I should take you to the messages.
Yes, I think there were some messages exchanged. And
okay. So we can go to 9-380 to 9-382. Well, we'll start at 9-380.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the screen to refresh.
That's fine.
Nine dash
380.
380. Yes.
Okay, so we have at 12:44 p.m. This is December 23rd, 2019. This is the date of the first attempted proof of coin transaction. And you write, "Hi guys, we have a wallet from where we can do the POC, the proof of coins." And then you say later, in 2 messages down, "Should we do the POC and USD 9.5 worth of Bitcoin transfer on the Bitcoin wallet address provided by Christian or any other wallet?" And Evgeny, the buyer, responds, "You can do it on my wallet, if anything. I will inform Christian." And then he sends you his wallet address. Yes. And you say, "Okay." And then you confirm that it is a Bitcoin wallet. And then if you go to the next page, which is 381, well, you ask how much.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the screen to refresh.
Okay.
Yes.
And Evgeny says, "Yes, any amount." And then unfortunately, nothing happened on the 23rd of December. Christian interjects and said he's in Austria and will follow the transaction. Then on the 24th, you resume saying at, and then a number, which is the buyer's number. "I have asked our team to send Bitcoin to," and then it's the wallet address that he provided himself for his own personal wallet. And then Christian interjects again, saying, "Wishing success to everybody on the transaction, and looking forward for positive acting. In case of assistance, I am available."
Right.
Then you say, again, signaling to the buyer with his number, "We are transferring 0.01 Bitcoin, which is the minimal wallet withdrawal on HUOBI. Please keep an eye on the wallet." And then you try to send it. And then on page 9-382, you provide a transaction ID. And then Evgeny responds saying, "I asked to send Satoshi to my wallet. I have not received anything." And then you say it was sent to this. Evgeny responds saying nothing. Then Evgeny responds saying, "This is my wallet. Last transaction was yesterday. 0.00131 Bitcoin, but this is from another person." So you had received a wallet address from Evgeny and you had attempted transferring Satoshi directly to his wallet.
Right, but during the process, Christian was in the loop. It's not like we were trying to do anything in this regard, which is where Christian is not aware.
Well, the transaction at this point is negotiated between you and Evgeny, and the wallet is Evgeny's wallet, and Christian has not set up this wallet. So you have experience sending Bitcoin, although a minimal amount, to Evgeny's personal wallet. Is that right?
I don't know, number one, whether it's personal wallet or not. So let me just clarify 2-3 things here. Few points. Number one is Yes, I of course know. I'm in the industry of like how to send and receive cryptocurrencies into various wallets. It's a small test amount, and this is something which is common sometimes in the OTC business when the client wants to clarify and just want to make sure that they're dealing with the right counterparties and they have the liquidity available with them. Uh, we are not sure. Why did Afghani say whether he received the coins or not? Because it's all on the blockchain, and I've also shared a transaction ID, which is impossible to be amended. Like you can't amend it. And in my personal opinion, Christian was in the loop, and he knows exactly what's happening. And the only reason why he's saying wish success or something a few messages above, because we know that we will be using Tabarak facilities in terms of custody and various other services that they offered, ranging from banking, etc., for this OTC deal.
So these test transactions were not involved in Tabarak's services. That would be something in the future. These were just to test the process.
It was just to test whether we have the coins or not.
Okay, and you extended quite a nice courtesy to Evgeny and providing proof of coins. Did he provide proof of funds directly to you?
Not really, because that was between him and Christian to provide. And Mr. Turner, as I said before, on various occasions, he said that they have done business with him before, and they have cited the funds in 3 different major bank accounts in UAE.
But not with Tabarak.
Yeah, not with Tabarak, but with other businesses, they have a relationship with Tabarak and Afghani and Novorcom and various other partners that they were referring to.
Did Evgeny pay for these Satoshi coins that you sent him that day?
No, never. I mean, we didn't see a need of asking a client to pay $10, which is generally the standard practice.
Can I take you to 9-384, which in my bundle is 20?
I'm sorry, no, that was me. I'm so sorry, Mr. Kotick. If you are changing tack slightly, it's time for our second afternoon break.
Very well. And just remind me of how long it is, please.
This will be 10 to 15 minutes, my lord.
Well, what would you like? It's been quite a testing day. Do you want 15 minutes?
Yes, thank you, my lord, if it's offered, thank you.
Yes, well, and then we'll go straight through to the conclusion of today's proceedings on the hour. Understood?
Understood.
Right.
Thank you, my lord.
Right,
Thank you.
thank you. So, I'm afraid my system went down for a change, and I'm not sure where we are in the 15 minutes. Have the 15 minutes expired and you've been kept waiting? Well, I'm very sorry about that. I'm afraid I lost you completely, and I've only just been able, through scrolling round, to find the link to come back into the meeting. So I do apologize to you all. Forgive me for that. So let's get on straight away.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Saxena. As you remember, before the break, we were discussing the proof of coins transactions that was being discussed between you and Evgeny directly. We discussed what happened on the 23rd and the beginning of the 24th of December. So I'm now going to take you to 9-382, which in my bundle is 25105.
Sure. I'll just wait for the screen to refresh. Yes, I'm there on 382.
Perfect. And the second message after you send the transaction ID, Evgeny says, "Dear partners, I asked to send Satoshi to my wallet. I have not received anything."
Mm-hmm.
And then you answer, "It was sent to this." And then he says, "Nothing," correct?
Right. Correct.
And then he says down in the middle of the page at 9:05 a.m., just for the case, I made new request for transaction. By the way, just for the case, my new address for Satoshi is, and it's a wallet starting with 15L. And then Christian interjects and says he's checked the TABARAK Trezor, but nothing was in. And then you say at the bottom of 9-382, nothing was sent to TABARAK address as at 971 number, which is Evgeny's number, suggested to send the coins to his address. So at this point, we see clearly that this is something between you and Evgeny. Is that correct?
Well, that's between Afghani and me, but that's all in the group. And I think what Christian is trying to say, or what he was trying to say, is he just wanted to reconfirm that the coins for the test transaction that was sent to Afghani, he was just saying that I checked in my Trezor wallet as well, Tabarak's Trezor as well, but nothing in there.
Because no one was receiving these Satoshi, correct?
Yes.
So then if I take you to 9-383, which is the next page.
Okay.
We have Evgeny sending his wallet address again, the 15L address, and he says, this is my wallet. And then you state, we already shared this wallet address with our seller. Rudolph gave it to me. And then Evgeny said, we received nothing. And then you say, at Evgeny, another 100 coins to the new address, which is the 15L address. And then if you go to the next page, 9-384, you say, all I can say is we should start executing the business. If we will wait for 1,000 coins at one go, in my experience, it's going to be tough. We might as well start something rather than only doing POC. So at this point, we're still having problems with Evgeny receiving the proof of coins. So you suggest maybe we should just move on to the transaction itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's more to it because, mind you, there was a lot of conversation that was also happening between Sultan and Evgeny. And so Christian was also a part of these conversations. And exactly what I'm trying to say here is we are only trying to do proof of coins and not actually trying to do actual business. And certain conditions that the buyers were looking for, it was impossible for any seller to actually match those expectations. But whatever we could do at that point in time, we actually did everything. And it's not like Christian was not involved in it. You can clearly see that he's been exchanging messages. He's a part of this group. He's playing an active role throughout the process.
I'm sorry, where do you see that he's playing an active role? All I see at the end of 9-384, he's not even in Dubai, and he says, if you need my assistance, let me know.
Correct, but active role is in the sense he is reading his messages, right? He's responding to the messages. He's saying, we look forward to do this deal, etc. So.
Okay, can I take you to 9-385 where Christian actually starts sending messages?
Sure.
You say, good morning, everyone. This is at 4:56 a.m. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to start the first trade today. Should we all meet up for the trade today face to face? This is on the 30th of January.
Yep.
And then you state at 5 a.m., should we meet around the same time, 11, and do the trade? It's very important to get the wire done before the cutoff time so that the money is with us in the US bank tomorrow. And Christian says, please arrange this between HUOBI and Evgeny. We are on service for both, but just be aware that the BTC needs to be in TABARAK's Trezor. Is that right?
That's right.
And then he says approximately 300 Bitcoins as per Sultan yesterday. And then you correct him and say it's actually 200 because Sultan agreed with Evgeny directly. So Christian was unaware of this. And then he says, Christian responds, but Sultan had a conversation with Evgeny and stated Bitcoin for 2.8 million euros are here. That's why I mentioned, and this is on page 3-86, That's why I mentioned now approximately 300 Bitcoins.
Right.
And then Evgeny responds at 6:22 a.m. No, Sultan said clearly 2.8 million he have for the first deal and US dollar tether have fixed price and what is mean 100 Bitcoin? Let me speak with Sultan. We can fix a rate of BTC when the money will be ready to switch to the HUOBI account. We are flexible for that when you will transfer the Bitcoin to the TABARAK wallet. So Evgeny interjects and says that when the Bitcoin is transferred to the wallet, then he can fix the rate of the Bitcoin and then the transaction can happen. Is that right?
At least, yes, from his side, he's trying to clarify these doubts, but or he's trying to clarify the points. But I'm trying to also convey the points which is best known to me at that point in time. They may have more money, but we only had 200 coins to sell at that point in time.
Right. And did you ever see proof of funds at that time?
No.
Okay. I just want to go now after this is just a final point about the tracking of the coins afterwards.
Okay.
I just want to take you to 9-247, which is 25-97 in my note.
Okay.
If you're at 9-247, excuse me.
247, yes.
Yeah, and this is a message, this is an exchange between you and Mr. DeVar, and Mr. DeVar sends you an excerpt from a cybersecurity, cybercrime expert about the tracing of the coins. Do you remember seeing this message?
I don't remember, but if I'll review it now.
Okay, are you at 9 dash?
Yes, I can see it now, yes. Yes, yes, now I remember.
Right, and so he says for the tracking of the transaction, this time starting with the cold wallet address provided from a colleague, the current status is as follows. Number one, about 35 Bitcoins flows into HUOBI involving a user and the user's current account still has 37 Bitcoins.
Mm-hmm.
Did you undertake your own tracing of these coins or did you rely specifically on the cybercrime expert report?
I think this is an internal monitoring that was going on, and as it's evident, I was not managing this relationship. It was really Mohit who was checking with the team in China if there is a way for us to freeze those coins or there is a way for us to get these coins back.
Okay, if this is between Mohit and China, can you turn to 9-242, please?
Two four
242.
242. Yes, please.
So here is a conversation between Mohit and yourself, and the first message from Mohit is, can you prepare a summary of the OTC deal, like a full report as we need to notify China? So did you prepare a report?
I did, yes.
Do you know that this report has not been submitted to us in this case?
I'm not really sure if it's been submitted, but yes, I did prepare one.
Was your report about the tracing of the coins or just about the OTC transaction itself?
It's just a summary of exactly what happened on the 3rd of February.
But you did try to trace these coins, correct?
No, I didn't. Personally, I didn't because I don't have the expertise and I don't know how to deal with coin monitoring softwares.
Well, if you go down a few more messages, you say at 5:34 a.m., you mean a summary report of the deal with TABARAK or the deals we have, question mark. Yes, the coins have now moved to multiple wallets and it's hard to know where exactly they are. Tools like chain analysis can be helpful to get a detailed overview. So you were tracing the coins to multiple wallets after they were stolen, is that correct?
Yeah, you can only look at the blockchain records. So there is a thin line between monitoring the coins and the movement of coins. when I mention about tools like chain analysis will give you a detailed overview, not just an overview, but the complete details about where the coins are and how they are moving. Whereas what I mean to say about movement is just through simple blockchain, how we can track the coins on the blockchain infrastructures.
Okay, so so the actual tracing of the coins themselves was something left up to HUOBI Global in China. Is that correct?
That's right.
And did you have, since you had some coordination with HUOBI Global, did you have any contact with them after this transaction regarding the tracing of the coins?
As I said, Mr. Kotik, that I wasn't the one who was dealing with China on this matter. It was Mohit who was coordinating with them, and to a certain level, Sultan, I would say, but predominantly Mohit.
So you never, I mean, so you had contact with HUOBI Global in China on different...
I had contacts, as I said. I dealt with the operations team, the marketing team, and various other matters related to the trading or some user experiences, etc., but not related to technology or security, etc.
So you never, in an informal capacity, asked a colleague in China, do you have any information on the tracking of these Bitcoins?
No, I can't, I don't think so, no.
Did you know, do you know if HUOBI Global, well, I mean, HUOBI Global, you know, has significant resources to be able to track coins, correct?
Yes.
Since it's the third largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world.
Right.
And did you know that did you know if they initiated any court case in China to try and find out, as you said in your examination with Ms. Ahmed, if they would require a court order to find out more information? Do you know if any court case was initiated in this case?
Here, yes, something was, I think Sultan was managing the local court case here, but nothing in China really, because the event did not take place in China, and HUOBI has a strict policy that they need a court order if they have to restrict any account or any specific user.
Did you, in your experience in your employment, did you know anything about the fake HUOBI token scam in July 2019, where 14 million US dollars were recovered? Were you involved?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you know, do you know that Mr. Morozov is still in Dubai?
I'm aware, yes.
Have you had any contact with him or seen him at any conferences or events?
Never.
And there's no current civil or criminal case brought by HUOBI MENA against Mr. Morozov in Dubai or the DMCC?
I'm not aware. Probably Sultan can give you more information on this, but I'm not aware. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Saxena, that's the end of my examination. I appreciate your patience and cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kotik.
Your Lordship, I have maybe maximum, I'd say 10 minutes of re-examination.
Well, because I'm afraid that because I'm responsible for not getting back as in line with the 15 minutes agreed. I give you the 10 minutes. Let's see if we can wrap this up before we withdraw on today. Yeah.
Mr. Saxena, you were asked some questions about the setup of the wallet on the 3rd of February. Were you in the meeting room, namely the meeting room at TABARAK's offices, for the entirety of the setting up of the wallet?
No, I wasn't there throughout. I was only there in the second half when the wallets were being set up.
You were only there in the second half?
Yes, basically, I went out of the room briefly to use the toilets, and that's the only time when I was not there in the room.
And so at which point did you leave the room? What had happened by the time you left the room?
It was agreed at that time that the parties will now set up the wallet, and Christian took the wallet in his possession and he started to set it up. And of course, like I wasn't playing any important or active role. At that point, I left the room.
Okay, so And at what point did you come back to the room? What was happening when you came back to the room?
Yeah. So when I came back to the room, I saw Alexei was sitting at at the corner, and he was partially covered with Christian's laptop, and he was making a note of the seed words.
Okay. How do you know, therefore, what happened between you leaving the room to go to the restroom and coming back to the room?
Sorry, what's your question?
How do you know what happened when you were outside the room?
Oh, so as soon as I came back to the room, I asked Sushant, my colleague, what's happening? Where have we reached so far? And then he told me the series of incidents which took place while I was not there in the room.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And he told you what exactly, if you can remember?
So he told me that the wallets, Tabarak, they have written down their seed phrase, and now Alexei is setting up the wallet and adding his 6 seeds to the wallet, and it's just that Anastasia and they were talking something in Russian. Evgeny and Anastasia were talking something in Russian, but nothing major. That's what, at least at that point in time, I thought.
Thank you. Right, if you could just go to 8-490.
Yeah.
Now, at the Ms. Saviolova writes to Sushant saying, "Dear Sushant, I hope this email finds you well. As per the request of Shantu, kindly find below required documents." And you'll recall that this is an email that you were taken to earlier today.
That's right.
What understanding, if any, do you have of as per the request of Shantu? Shantanu, did you make this request? Can you recall a request? To whom was it made? When was it made?
So I remember meeting Christian, and I think Miss Anastasia was also with us. We were thinking to do business with Tabarak beyond this OTC deal. And the context of this email, as I was trying to explain to Mr. Ahmed as well, was to onboard new customers. And these are those customers who wanted to use our OTC desk, but were unable to use because of our banking challenges in the UAE, because of the central bank. But we thought, if we are able to onboard our corporate and individual customers through Tabarak, it will make a good ecosystem for our customers to buy and sell. So that's the context of this email, and the reason for her to send the list of documents that Tabarak would need from our customers to be onboarded with them directly.
Thank you. Miss Ahmed talked about Navicon being a bank. Do you recall ever being told by anybody that Navicon was a bank?
I'm so sorry, I didn't ask that question at all.
I think you mentioned the word Navicon a bank, as I recall.
No, I didn't put that question at all.
Okay, well, if you didn't.
Well, let's just have the witnesses answer anyway.
Sorry, that might have been Mr. Kotick.
Well, then let's have the witnesses' response. Is it a bank or not, Navicon?
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know?
Not to my knowledge, yeah.
Final question. I recall that at some point you said that for HUOBI's KYC purposes, neither proof of coins nor proof of funds was required. Would that be in relation to onboarding, or was that in relation also to an OTC trade? What was that?
Well, it's
made in
mostly
relation?
an onboard. It's mostly an onboarding requirement. When we are onboarding a customer. However, when there is a customer who genuinely wants to trade with us, we would ask them to show if they really hold cryptocurrencies with them.
So hang on, the question was, is proof of coins and proof of fund required, therefore, for both, from HUOBI's perspective, for both onboarding and when you have an actual OTC trade?
It was not a must, no.
So it wasn't required when?
So basically, if a customer is coming on board, when we are onboarding the customer, it's not a must for them to definitely show us the proof of coins.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Well, that will conclude matters for today. Now, can I just be reminded of where we are with the availability of one of the expert witnesses who may well have to be interposed. Tomorrow is an effective day, as I recall, and we will continue then with the witnesses to be called by the first defendant. That's the next, if you like, topic. Then I'm getting a little bit muddled with our dates. Do we then run through Tuesday, Wednesday? When it's the 5th that that's not an effective day, is that right? I got
It's
that
the
right?
6th, 9th and 12th, I think now.
Yeah, the 6th, 9th and 12th are effective days, but we were told at a fairly early point when we were exploring where we could find the extra days that the 5th is not an effective day.
Correct.
So we agree on that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Good. Now, just remind me of the one date when the expert, is it the 6th that the expert is free?
On behalf of the first defendant, the submission made was that the first defendant's expert is free on the 9th of December.
Yeah.
And as I recall, it was a particular time, but I don't have the email. 11 a.m. Dubai time, I'm being told.
Right, that's your expert.
Yes.
Now, there was towards the end of Thursday, there was I was given notice, was it by Miss Stewart? I can't remember. Somebody's experts, I think in Vancouver, and can only.
That was us. Yeah.
That's Miss Ahmed. Okay. Yeah. All right. And that's the only instance we now have of a witness that's may well have to be interposed. He's only available for 2 hours on a particular time at a particular. Okay. Fine.
Our expert can't do the 12th of December, so it seems to me that if possible, we need to get the experts in on, all ideally on the 6th of December, if possible.
On the 6th?
Yeah. But we'll liaise between the legal teams on the best possible date.
In terms of our expert, that's impossible because he's only available at 9 o'clock out of Dubai time. No, sorry, London. No, Dubai time. Dubai time.
9 a.m.
Yes.
You just said 11.
That was on the 12th.
I think the best thing would be at this stage if the legal teams liaise and we can work out everyone's complicated diaries.
Well, let's do that, and at some time tomorrow, convenient time, we'll come back to this to see where we are. Fine, we've got 3 experts now, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Well, thank you all very much. We will stand adjourned. Now, your evidence is now complete, Mr. Satseni. So you are released. And as I say, tomorrow we will begin with the first witness to be called by the first defendant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all.